Hello, hello. What is going on today? It is Monday. Yeah. Monday. Monday. Yo. It is I. Whitechapel with the lurk. Let's go. Thank you so much, my friend. We need to kick this off. Just move some files over. Gonna be working on some code today, a little bit of pixel art, some deck interface stuff. Gotta grab these files. Yesterday, I was playing around with OpenGL a little bit. And I'm nowhere near being able to use it yet. But I have learned a few things. I feel like I'm on my way to being capable of using it. So there is a future in it. But I was assessing the subpixel rendering issue, and I realized that, I'm sure this will come up a few times today, but in the card animation where I had the cards kind of idling up and down, I was using subpixel rendering in terms of coordinates, but since I've been using the nearest neighbor rendering on the renderer, it forces everything to be locked into the pixel grade. So that even though, like when I dropped it to a linear blend mode, you could see the subpixel rendering great. It was like really smooth and really good, but it was really blurry because it's scaling it up pixel art. And so that brought the question of, well, how can you use subpixel rendering with pixel art? And that what came up was using HQX filters through OpenGL. So that way you could use linear rendering with a shader that would essentially sharpen the pixel art. And that would enable you to be using stuff. So I just been experimenting with OpenGL, just trying to get it to work and see if that's an avenue that I want to go down. Now I've heard things like Vulkan is superior in many ways, but it's much more difficult. And I'm like, OpenGL is already really difficult. Plus it has like a lot of cross-platform support. So I'm just like, I'd rather go with the quote unquote easier path, but like OpenGL is not easy. It's really hard to wrap my head around all the individual things. So many components to OpenGL. It's kind of insane. So for now, I did take out the motion on the cards moving up and down, the vertical motion. I concluded that if I'm going to do it, I'd have to switch over to OpenGL, and that's just going to be a side experiment that I'm going to be working on off stream, because basically I need to learn. And for now, since the nearest neighbor rendering is basically negating the subpixel rendering that I have implemented, I'm like, fuck it, let's just not bother, because it's kind of like, it's not quite there. So unless I can kick ass with shaders on pixel art, basically making it look like pixel art but have subpixel rendering, then I'm not gonna bother with like dynamic motion animations like that until I can do it the right way. And that's even if I can like learn enough of it to get it going. Raw Vulkan is more for engine development. Well, let's update the database here. So we need to update the card stuff. I hear that. Sign out. Yeah, like Vulkan, what I saw like a short about it, like just a real quick thing that's like Vulkan is basically it's way more difficult, but you're basically communicating directly with the GPU, where OpenGL is more like, sounds like it's more high level, has like more of a framework, but you can't go as like deep as Vulkan can go. And I'm like, yeah, I think I'm gonna just chill on some OpenGL, because that's already, I gotta like, it's rite of passage, I think anyway. I gotta go through the OpenGL before I even touch Vulkan. But I don't know if I'm gonna use OpenGL for the game. I would like to, but I've already got a little bit some code working on my laptop, and it's looks like ass, and I can't get it to like fully work. I don't fully understand it yet, but I did work on it for like 12 hours yesterday trying to like figure it out. So basically I'm like weeks away before I can even consider making an OpenGL implementation to the game, because it would be a mega overhaul. So I'm gonna have to really prove in a demo to myself, like just a mini demo, that it would be worthwhile. But I think long run, I would like to get into OpenGL with what I'm doing. Vulkan is more verbose. Yeah, that makes sense. Climax, what's going on? Good evening to you. Right now, I'm just using SDL2 with C++. And since I'm using the nearest neighbor like rendering, I don't even think it's tapping into like OpenGL backend. Because like SDL in its backend like taps into some of the stuff. It might do OpenGL a little bit, but it's not like I'm using shaders and stuff like that. I'm just using the straight SDL and C++. So it's like everything that I'm rendering is definitely on an integer, and I'm also doing pixel art, so it's really small resolution. So it's like I can only make it look so smooth, right? When I'm animating between pixels, because I can't use floats. I mean, I am using floats, but because of the nearest neighbor rendering, it locks it into the pixel grid. So it's like the animation itself is like in fractions, but what actually gets like presented on screen is locked into the pixel grid. So unless I can put it into a linear or above rendering with like a shader to come in and like tighten up, because it gets soft, once you put it up to like 1 or 2 on the rendering hint or whatever for the renderer in SDL, it gets soft immediately. So I have to do nearest neighbor because I'm scaling up pixel art. So anyways, I'm experimenting with OpenGL. I would like to make it work if I can figure it out. So I think I'm a ways away from making that a thing. Let's see. We need to push these by the thumb, the front. Thumb in the front for the small. Wait. No, thumb. Yeah, thumb is the little card. So, starting with barricade. So barricade is now on 17. It's 16. Wood. I just got to reconcile, make sure this database stuff's like correct, and then I can show you. I like got all the little cards done in the database. So 19, so that's spike shots. 19 is actually for the 18. 18 is steel trap. Piranhas 21. And then 20 for steel tooth saw. 19. No. Okay. I think that's all good to go. So I created all the little versions of the cards, basically. So that's all locked in now. And then I added in little backs of the cards because I need to make like the little deck in the corner where the cards are going to be dealt from. But let's see. It'll be using the GPU for sure. Your display is connected to your GPU, so at some point it has to go through it. Also, that reminded me, so last stream I was also experimenting as I was looking into the sub pixel rendering issue. I was changing the FPS and then the animations became very slow and arduous, and I was like, wait, why are my animations not adapting at the increased, I'd like jack it up to like 250 FPS, and the animations were going slow because I had forgotten that I put it on VSync because I was trying to prevent some screen tearing, and I realized that it's going to be up to the user to like set the VSync. But anyways, if it is in VSync, I make sure that if you specify a much higher resolution than 60 FPS, then I just lock it into 60 FPS. So that way, if you're in VSync, it's not going to like try to run animations at 250 frames per second, because if it's in VSync, then it's matching the refresh rate of your monitor, and that's what was causing the discrepancy. And I just like completely brain farted on it and was like, I have to like create like a new timer situation and all this crap, and it was just, because I had completely forgotten that I'd set these VSync because I was seeing screen tearing when I changed the camera. And if you want to prevent screen tear, you got to match the refresh rate. So let's see. We also have to save this out. Let's get this exported out to, say, card small. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here we are. So what did I do? So I took out the, actually it's supposed to be gone. Did I not pull yet? Hold on. That like idle animation, the up and down. Yeah, I didn't pull yet. We got to build. So the idle animation where the cards move up and down, I took that out because when we dip into the core here, when I set the render scale quality to 0, it's considered the nearest neighbor. And so it doesn't even matter if I put something on a subpixel, it will lock it into the pixel grid because of this hint. So there really is no point in having that animation because it doesn't, I can't actually benefit from the subpixel coordinates right now, not yet. Not until I can put it into linear, change that 0 to a 1 or a 2, and then be able to enforce a shader through OpenGL. And I got like some shader stuff working, but so far I can't make it look right. And so as you can see, I took out the animation for now. Until I can do it with OpenGL, if I can even ever achieve that, it's just going to be out until that time, because it's like kind of a pointless thing while it's on nearest. So anyways, one thing I did add was a larger gem here, and I put in the number. So one thing we have to do, Mano, thank you for the follow. So one thing we're going to have to do is actually add the number to the scaling. So when you click on it right now, the number doesn't scale down or anything. It's just like there for the initial like big size. But as you can see, like the number is still there and it's ugly. So I got to fix that. But I did get all of the miniature versions of the cards in, so you can see that. So first things we're going to work on is getting that number to stay in the gem, like scale down with the card and disappear. And we will move on from there. There's some stuff. I wanted to work on touching up the dragon sprite, and then I wanted to create the deck. Like the deck art, like how the deck looks, just like sitting in the corner, which is like this. I wanted to do something kind of like this, create like kind of the deck feel, and then like the cards will be dealing from the corner over there. Just be like whoosh, like come up here, like flip, like move. I don't know, like it could probably just like move in like a straight line, just come in and then like come in the back side and then flip over and then go into your deck. So that way we can get away from how I'm like manually dealing cards into the deck right now. So anyways, I don't know if we'll get that far, but I think right now we can start with getting the animation for the number to be a little better. Actually have an animation for it. Always follow Dev. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you for saying it looks ugly. It's not quite there yet because I just added in the number and I didn't. So that's what we're gonna do now is we're gonna make the number like scale down. Because the number, like, since it's a weird color, it kind of blends with the card and kind of distorts it. Jeff, what's going on? Welcome in. This keeps getting more and more beautiful every time I tune in. Thanks, man. Well, I'm working steadily on it. All right, so here we have the number coming in. And I'm trying it like the big version of the number. So we establish the number, and then we need to go into the easing, and we need to create all of the animations within the easing for it. So we have the slide in. So we don't care about the slide in, but we do care about the flip front. And I wonder... So we kind of need to assess a little bit more about it. Let's grab a little screenshot here. But no, I had like a long session just thinking about the subpixel stuff, and yeah, I think the potential for going into OpenGL is like, it's the best solution, but it's also not like entirely worth the effort for, like, I don't necessarily need it for this game, but for the next game I definitely want it. So let's see. That's the placement. Improving skills is a great way, great place to focus your time. 100%. 15:7. Yeah, I mean, like, I was just spending yesterday like learning OpenGL for the first time. I think I took a stab at it in the past, but I was not. I was very intimidated by it because it's very convoluted. It doesn't seem like it's overly complicated, but it is convoluted. Like, it's got a lot of there's a lot of steps, you know, the whole pipeline that you got to deal with, and with like the different shaders and all the different stuff. Like, running the shaders is its own like little syntax, and it's just kind of, the whole thing's nutty, but it gives you the power, you know, to tap deeper into the GPU, and it just seems like it's worth giving it a shot. Oh, no. I did not already know OpenGL. No, I have not. I've only know SDL2 and C++. So yeah, I'm just like tapping into, there's no OpenGL like actually in the game yet, but I did, you know, I've like started it. 7 years learning it. Any questions, let me know. Well, Jeff, the thing that I got, the questions I have right now, after getting my demo going, I'll share the questions that I posed to myself that I need to answer, which is why I can't get the transparency to actually work. And, oh yeah, Jeff, let me know if you need to post a link. I can give you a, permit. Like I'm, what sites, what am I using? Like Learn, OpenGL, and there's like an OpenGL doc. Like I've been watching like 2 different OpenGL video series, and I'm doing a lot of stuff. But my overarching question right now that I have with my demo is why I can't get the transparency to fully work. So I don't know what the deal is with that, because I did the GL, like adding the GL blend in. I like enabled GL blending. I put into the shader that if there's going to be an alpha less than like 0.1, then you discard it. I put that in. And then also I'm importing a surface through SDL, and then I'm using those pixels to then put it into, to draw with OpenGL with those pixels from the surface. And so I made sure that the surface had, the blend mode, the SDL blend mode for alpha. And then also I did a color key to like confirm that it was transparent, and it's still coming in like it's black. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So I'm at a loss with that. Here, let me give you a permit. No, man, I'm new to OpenGL. All the coding I've done now is just like SDL2 and C++, just straight up. So I think OpenGL, if you've heard it come up in stream, it's because it's SDL2 taps into it for you. You don't have to actually do anything. If it's like the right scenario or whatever. But anyways, I'll have to check that out. But I'm still at the ground level of trying to get it set up, Let's see. You have to enable blending for transparency to be applied, plus blending has options for applying transparency also. Also in your itch, you have a free terrain demo with GLM Perlin noise for the terrain gen, and the source code is included. Be right back in 60. Okay. Yeah, well, we got ads. I'm sorry about the ads. I'll have to check that out. I thought if I'm tapping into shaders, it might be nice to get a Perlin noise type effect on the water. I think could be cool, but first things first, it's like getting the pixel art to look correct through the lens of OpenGL, because right now it looks blurry when I put on the linear, but I'm applying the HQX blend mode or render, render hint or whatever. I think it's the scaling, linear scaling, and it's not. It looks blurry. So my image is coming through, it looks blurry unless I put it from linear to nearest. And I need it to work in linear so that I can use subpixel rendering. So that means I need the HQX shader to actually tighten up the pixel art, and currently it's not. It doesn't seem like it's doing it. And I'm not even sure I have that's the one thing I also don't understand yet is the proper scaling. Because it seems I don't know. Maybe I should try to bring in the demo that I have, but I have to bring it off my other computer. But for now, we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on this. Like I said, I have I have a million questions. And it's basically the fundamentals, just getting it set up. How do you get it at the right size? And then how do you apply the pixel shader, the XQX shader, which is supposed to scale up pixel art and keep it tight, which I'm hoping you can do with the linear blend. So this is 15:7. It's complicated as hell. So it's kind of it's not a simple thing to talk about, Shadertoy.com is useful as well. Check that out. Well, good luck, Mano. Appreciate you. Yeah, you too. All right, so where did I place it? 15 by 88. No, that's the color. Where was the actual placement of it? Numbered texture. Oh, I think I did it in the draw. I did like a real dirty. Yep. Okay, so that is a 15 by 7. All right, good. Confirmed. So that's what I wanted to learn. So now we get like a ratio. So we'll have to go back to the create ease. I'm just like trying to learn it on the side and see if it's something that I want to integrate into the game. For the obvious benefits that you can get from it. But there's no express need for it exactly in the game yet. So it's not like a major deal, you know. It's just something I'd like to learn. I'd like to know it. With your pixel art, you just want to get good at textures 100%. Yeah, like that's like the promise that I'm being sold on OpenGL, is that pixel art can be on subpixels and still be sharp, you know? And if I can do that, then I can play with like additional animations and stuff. But it'd be interesting to like pull up the demo at some point and like work on it with you watching, but like I don't have it on Git, so it's like would be a pain in the ass to port over, unfortunately. So maybe like in future streams, or if I'm really feeling it later. There's like plenty to do without getting into that though. I already like spent an entire day like learning it, so I probably need to just remain focused on this stuff. So we got Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You have OpenGL and some extra libraries until I start making money with a game or two or more. Then I will branch out to more like a game engine or two. I think, yeah, I mean, what is interesting about OpenGL is the fact that it's like you're starting to get into the GPU, getting into like 3D capabilities, but mainly that you can just have more advanced animations with your pixel art, which I would like, you know, in terms of like dynamic animations, because that subpixel smoothness, I really would like that. I'd like to obtain that. OpenGL with some extra libraries is an engine. You just changed jobs a month ago. Learn how the GPU. Yeah, like I'm just trying to learn it. So I mean, I just want to know. I want to get a basic setup of like, can I make it look like my game looks now with the linear filtering, and then so that way I could enable the subpixel rendering with being able to apply the shader that like tightens it up, makes it look sharp. So it's like if I can make that work, then it would be plausible. But considering all the setup and stuff, I'd have to like completely reorganize and plan for it. It'd be a massive integration. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much can do everything I need for this game, and I can kind of trick the system if I synchronize the pixel art with the movement. I can actually make it look really smooth, but I have to plan the movement with the pixel art, like sprite sheets. But like general movement and stuff, if it's quick, it's not that big a deal. But if it's like a slow idling kind of like movement, then it can get clunky because of the fact that everything is on the nearest for the render scale on my renderer for SDL. So it just is what it is. Like I can't do that kind of subtle stuff. unless I plan for it specifically in Aseprite. So there's kind of a way around it, but like I said, it's not like a massive need for my game. For this particular game, it's not. But I think for the next game, it's going to be important that I tap deeper. So this is flip text. So we want to add it with the flip text. So I'm going to add this. So it has to come from the 50%. So we'll start with this. This is going to be the easing in. Title easing in. Another set of vectors. So we will do the number easing in. We're going to do the number easing out. Do the number select easing out. Number hover easing. The easing stuff doesn't, like, currently we don't necessarily need that. But we actually use some of that information in some of the other parts of the code right now, so we will still do that. And in the future might come back, so it might be worth anyways. So the hover... No. It was the idle. So it's going to change the number. And we also need to add the... This is going to match the text easing index, so I'm actually not going to use that. All right, so the number... Let me get caught up real quick here. You can do a lot with textures and shaders, fragment shaders, for my ultimate shader playground. You also have a playlist on my YouTube for an entirety of the developments. Nice. Well, like, yeah, I like definitely want it to be solid pixel art, but if I can push it into like a deeper realm, so that I can get into a little bit more advanced stuff, then, you know, I want to try. Sino, you want to post a link? Handmade Hero made a video about subpixel rendering. I believe I found it. Haven't fully grokked it myself. Here, let me give you a permit. But yeah, you're welcome to post that. Fearfill, what's up? Will it have full controller support? That is the plan, yeah. It will, and I think it's gonna be tricky. You know, it's like can you play Hearthstone with a controller? But I'll try to like. I think there's a way to do it that it's plausible. That'll definitely be an interesting integration. All right, so TP. So I'm going to continue enforcing like this subpixel, like the float rendering for these. Just to follow suit. But everything else in my game is all like integer based animations. All right, so this is the midpoint of the card. So oops, that's not the one. This one. This is for the number. So we do want it at the midpoints. And then we're going to want the number disrupt width. Oh my god. Nope, I had that backwards again. Derp. I'm derping here. So this is, so the X, the Y is going to be, see, that adds it to, seven for the text, for the number text. And so its starting point wait a second, it's plus the half. No, that's not what we want. We want this to be plus 15. Just gotta cast that to float. That's fine. Keep it floaty. Yeah, PST. West Coast, yeah. Yeah, I do play guitar, but it's more like I'll play guitar and sing on stream occasionally, but these days it's more rare. Maybe once every few months I might do it. But I'm currently just so focused on game. It's all I can think about. Not sure that I still need this scaled offset. Already do some of the translation, or is it still placeholder on Steam page? No, I'm in the process of working on the translations right now. It's actually something I've been trying. It's like one of my high priority items is to get all the database translations in, so that I can take screenshots, that all my Steam screenshots are translated. And that's just on the docket. It's literally one of my next to-dos, but I won't be doing that on stream because that's just a lot of busy work. But that's something I'm like trying to probably get done in the next day or so. But getting the translations in and then getting the fonts to actually work with the different languages is a whole other thing. So it's a big undertaking. It's probably going to take me like a couple weeks to get it fully working. Yeah, game dev is definitely, it's a massive undertaking. So it's like, there's a lot of legwork you got to do before you can even expect to make something from it. So it's nutty. But no, eventually I will sing again on stream. It happens, it happens. Okay, so it starts. No, this needs to be midpoint of the card. With consistent Y. And then oh, actually, I guess it starts at -10. And then it comes down to this. And then it starts with a 0 width. And it's light. Height change here. Then it comes into there. Duration fine. All right, so that's the initial animation, the flip in. Next up We have The Idol, I believe. Wait, no? Here's The Idol. Where's The Idol for the titles? Oh, I think that's utilizing the offset. Okay, okay. So this will be title. This will be for the number. Go for the ease out. This is not selected outro animation. This one's really simple. So it goes. I'm going to say B plus 15, BY plus 7, BX plus 15. F point. Alright, number. So that doesn't change, it just moves upward. And then this goes for number. Easing out. Same. Fade. Alright. Next, we have the outro animation selected. It gets a little bit more complicated. It's for the hover animation. So here. You know what? MPX. MPX. All right, number MP MP Not sure I actually need that one, but okay, so let's see number. All just to get this little number to play along. Okay, let's look at the logic here. Okay, so that is the scaled down version based on the points. And the difference is selected points. That to the end, that to the scaled down, that needs to be number. Number select easing out. So this is the same logic as this. So we'll just store it here. And here. All right, and with height, scale down. Number offset, scaled to self-correct. Okay. This is N. Morning, Andrews on YouTube. What's going on? Good morning to you. Okay, so that's the, if it is selected, oh, got a little hover animation sneaking right in there. So we got to put that in too. Okay. What's up, Storm? It's SM7B. Let's see. Interface X. Yeah. We gotta pull in Final Destination. Not much happy to have on my second monitor while I'm working. Let's go. Work along stream. Love to hear it. We're getting shit done today, folks. We're getting stuff done every day. Earlier today, I was working on some pixel portraits. I wrapped up at least the enemy portraits for the dialogue system. And now I need to do Gant and Marion. The most important portraits of all. But I feel like I've evolved with all that, so I'm ready for it. But things are like they're slowly coming together, but we still need one more enemy type and a few more cards, a few more Arcana cards, but not before we get our actual interface fleshed out here. There's probably going to be another week or so. Definitely within like the next few weeks, we're going to have the interface done for the cards, and then I'll be able to flesh out the rest of the assets. And we're getting really close to getting like a demo going. Hooliganer, what's going on? How do I stay motivated to develop games? Feel like you're stuck following tutorials? Well, I'm like just starting to learn OpenGL, for instance. And so I know exactly how you feel when you're just starting something and you don't fully understand it yet. And I'm pretty like new with OpenGL. Like, I got like an image up on screen, and like, so currently my game is built in C++ and SDL2. And I know those really well, and I'm able to like do like everything I need. The game is like fully functional, but I'm considering adding some OpenGL like shader stuff to kind of take just to tap into some subpixel rendering capabilities while maintaining sharp pixel art. That's the plan. And so I'm like, as I'm learning it, yesterday is like when I just sat down and started learning it. I spent probably like a good 12 hours, like just studying and doing tutorials and building demos and just trying to get things function, getting things to function. And it was like moderate progress. And it's one of those topics that's going to take definitely probably a few weeks for it to really hammer into my head before I can even consider implementing it into my code base towards what I already have built. So I'm just like in demo mode, just trying to like make it work. And I might not even do it. So I'm just kind of doing it to like learn OpenGL. And so my approach to it is just like, it's like a separate project. I took the same game files, but then I made a separate project and I'm trying to like make like a OpenGL implementation into it. And if I can get it to like really work well, then I'll do like a organized integration into the code base. But what motivates me about it, what's motivating is the idea of the technology benefiting the game and increasing my capabilities, increasing the engine's capabilities to do a lot more in terms of smoother animations. So that part's like really definitely has me excited. But generally, I don't know. I just enjoy seeing how things go, watching things develop and get finished over time. And it's like definitely having kind of a mindful gratitude approach to it. So you can't think of this is the mountain of things I have to get done. You have to think of this is what I've already accomplished, and this is what I can do today. And just think about that. Like, what's the most effective thing you can do today to move your project forward? So is that continuing to learn tutorials? Perhaps you need to start like building your own stuff. Like what made me really comfortable with C++ was after I like took a good number of tutorials, read a lot of textbooks. It really helps to go off the tutorial trail. You have to go off trail sometimes. So like as I was learning C++, I was doing tutorials for a while, but tutorials can be kind of a crux in that like you just do what they show you. They only show you exactly what to do, and then so really you're just kind of like copying them verbatim. But what I did is like I would do that, but then I would like look up alternative ways to do it, or I'd look in the textbook and like read about like the function that I just learned, and I would just look at it deeper and then look at alternatives, and I would just kind of create my own understanding of how these things work so that I start to think outside of the tutorial. I start to think about what do these things actually do underneath it all. And then you start to have the ingredients to actually put stuff together yourself. Like with OpenGL, there's so much syntax with it, so much crap that like all I wanted to do was cultivate a basic understanding of how it works and get something functional that I can just kind of tweak. And I didn't have to fully understand everything. I just needed it to like put the image on screen. And with OpenGL, it's complicated because like first you create the OpenGL context. Then you have to I wrote down my bullet list here. So you have to enable OpenGL with SDL. Then you have to init the context. Then you have to, of course, get all the libraries imported. We're talking GLAD, GLM, and I was also pulling in this HQX shader fragment. That's the GLSL file. And then you have to like, you have to create the program. You have to compile the shaders as part of creating the program. Then you have to, because of what I'm doing, trying to bring in an image. So I like create the texture by bringing in the image. And then I like draw that to OpenGL, implementing the shaders, and then I swap it to the render window. So basically, but like what you have to do in order to like draw, you draw the texture. So like you have like the image texture. This is just my like fundamental understanding of it. So like you and programmer Jeff, definitely correct me if I'm wrong. So like if with OpenGL, once you've created your programs and you've compiled your shaders, so you have those ready, then you have to generate your quads or your triangles. I like to think of them like I'm generating a quad because I'm just trying to make a square to put an image on. And so like I already brought in my image over here, then I made a quad, and then I take the image and put it as a texture onto the quad, and then you apply the shaders, and then you send that to the window. So that's like my fundamental understanding of how it works. And now it's like I have a basic understanding. Now it's time to like slowly integrate more complexity. How do I get the transparency from the image to work? How do I get it to be the right size, like the perfect size, to like just understanding how the resolution works and like the camera and like the X, Y, Z, W coordinates and stuff. How's that all working? And then just taking little baby steps, trying to like get these little things to work. And so the way that I like to learn is I build a working demo that's kind of ass, and then I just slowly fix it and repair it till it's better. But that's my fundamental understanding. I'm not even worried about making complicated shaders yet. I just want to, I'm still like getting the fundamental thing to work, but I think the shader knowledge kind of evolves with it hand in hand, you know? Santana, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What's motivating to me is it's just all very interesting, and it'd be cool to have like that magic power. You know, it's like a spell. You like adding a spell to your spell book. And for me, I'm like, I would like to add OpenGL to the arsenal, so let's do it. And I'm choosing OpenGL over like Vulkan because of the, if I go with 4.1, it seems that it has like Mac and Linux support. And so that's why I'm kind of like, I'm not planning to release on Mac just yet, but I like the idea of working within a set of languages that has a deep cross-platform support. And if I'm going to go OpenGL, I'm going to go with 4.1 or back, you know. Motivation to make games is a very complicated question, and it's personal for everyone. All I can do is give an example of like what I'm doing and like what is motivating me and interesting about it. But like talking about it helps me also like learn it and stuff. I don't know. It's like if you enjoy it, you enjoy it, and if it's like pulling teeth the entire time, then maybe it's not for you. But a lot of times when you're struggling to learn something that's complex and a little over your head at the moment, I think on average, the average person gives up way too soon. They stop right before they were about to have a breakthrough. And so don't give up. If you're feeling discouraged, maybe you don't quite understand something, keep pushing, keep taking those baby steps, and start to build up a resourcefulness and a deeper understanding that takes you beyond tutorials. Tutorials don't teach you to think for yourself or solve problems. They just show you like a singular approach to a problem that can likely be solved by multiple paths. So they say, here's a path. And so you think of it like, okay, try to understand the path like as deeply as you can, and then see how other people do it, and then learn the alternative path. And then you can start to mix the paths and then come up with your own hybrid. And then that way you're already starting to like improv, you know? I hope it helps, Julio. I we're all motivated here. That's like a lot of times you'll see us just like talking about our projects we've been working on for a long time, or a lot of people come in talking about how they need to pick up projects that they set down, and you know, like, I don't know. I hope I never discourage anybody. And even if you're out there and you're working on a really complex like indie game, you know, maybe you want to make like an RPG multiplayer, like online multiplayer MMO or something, which is insane, too big of a scope. But if that's something you're really fascinated in, it's like, just do what you love, because in the end, it's all about doing the thing you're like really interested in doing, you know? Because if there wasn't people who like, you know, if there wasn't that initial person that was like, I want to create a multiplayer MMO, then we wouldn't have like all these great MMOs, you know? So we need those people that are like going for those bigger scope stuff. But as an indie dev, I hear it a lot, and I also follow like the philosophy of keep your scope simple so that you can actually get something done. Because as a solo dev, there's only so much you can actually achieve. And so you have to be a little bit more thrifty with your time. Either for someone who likes programming, learning, partially insane, or for someone who have way too much high ego to just use pre-built engines. So for me, not using an engine, it's not an ego thing. Not at all. What it is the wanting, and I've told this story like a million times on stream. It's like I came from Flash development. I was a Flash developer for 10 years. I made Flash games professionally, and you know, paid my bills for a long time. It was super fun, and then Flash died. They stopped supporting Flash because it didn't work well on mobile, so it went away. And it was the funnest time I'd ever had in my career up to the point. Because after that point, I just got into full stack development, PHP, just more backend stuff, just more boring stuff. It was a lot more fun when it was just like silly Flash games, high-end action scripts, you know, object-oriented programming. Like, I just enjoyed how I built those games. It was very enjoyable. And I spent 10 years building a lot of instincts of how to develop a game with kind of a basic language. And so I wanted to get back to those instincts and build games like I used to. And honestly, as a JavaScript developer, I got really sick of being jerked around. Like, you know, if you learn like React, or you learn Angular, or you learn Vue, or like you learn all these different frameworks, you're constantly being like shifted around into these different frameworks. And everything you learn becomes like obsolete in like a month. And it's just so frustrating. And if I got into an engine, to me, it just feels like I'd be falling into that trap again. And I'm like scarred, you know, like burnt out on like that process. And so for me to keep it more refreshing and to recapture those old like ActionScript Flash days, I like to build stuff from scratch. It's more interesting and fulfilling to me. And it has nothing to do with ego. It's more to do with like burnout. And the thing is like, I'm still using SDL2, and I'm considering using like OpenGL, and I'm using C++. It's not like I'm building something completely from scratch. I'm using all of these, you know, these languages and these frameworks to do things. So I'm definitely still using other people's stuff, but an engine is like, it's too high level. I want a little bit more control, and I want to walk away with a more versatile skill than being kind of pigeonholed into like, oh, I can only make Unity games. It's like, no, I know C++. Now I can do anything. So anyways, it's not about ego. It's about recapturing my Flash days. Some people, though, it might be an ego thing. I don't mean to discount your the point you're trying to make, Fear. I just want to put that understanding out there that that's why I personally don't use an engine. That's my story. Did I ever use Laravel? You've been thinking of checking it out, but I'm apprehensive. Laravel? No. I never used it, but I heard of it like many times. When it comes to learning like frameworks, especially if it's like web technologies, all that matters is what are the clients buying? What do they want? What can you sell them on? And you can't always sell clients on things that you're really good at. Sometimes they just want you to use a certain thing, or they have a site that's already built on something and they're like, build me a Shopify website with like custom features. So then you got to like learn how to like crack into Shopify or like do different stuff, you know? And really all that matters is like, usually when it comes to learning frameworks, it's about what are the clients buying. And usually it's always like a temporary thing. And that's what's frustrating about it to me. That's why I wanted to get into C++ and SDL. And it's funny because it's like now SDL3 starting to like come out. And I already did like a port of my game into SDL3, but there's not support yet for the TTF and the image SDL classes yet. So I'm not going to like fully port over to SDL3 yet until those are like solid. But the transition's really not that big of a deal. It's like you can't ever really fully escape it. You're always going to be kind of learning and adapting to things. And that's just like the cross you must bear as a coder. But learning C++, I feel, is going to be a skill that's just going to be set in stone, and I'm not going to have to like give up those skills anytime soon. I think I'll be able to use C++ for a while. Okay. But yeah. What up, Santana? Yo. I think what motivates me about game dev most of all is whenever I'm feeling like burnt out coding, I switch to pixel art. If I feel like I'm burnt out with pixel art, I'll switch to digital art. If I'm done with digital art for a time, then I'll switch to like writing or like infrastructure, project management. Or I'll switch over to like jamming on the songs I'm writing for the game. So I'll just like jam on the guitar or the piano. Or if I'm like feeling like I don't want to be on any computers, I'll just like, you know, write notes or like write on the dry erase board or like make to-do list or like pull out the sketch pad and just like pull out a ballpoint pen and just sketch stuff like thumbnail stuff or storyboard stuff. So there's always something different and fresh that I can be doing. And it's really hard to get burnt out when you're never doing this. Your days don't have to be the same. You don't have to be doing the same thing every day. It does help to grind hard on things for sure. But like, you know, you jump around enough, things stay kind of fresh and interesting. What's the card? Play. Oh, the Play Annie. Play Annie. Title easy. Played. Number using. Like, this is my education game. This is the game that I'm making to learn my infrastructure and marketing techniques and all, learning the whole what it is to complete a game and to market it, put it out there. And that way I have like a base education and knowledge and experience that I can put towards the next thing that I want to do, which is create a horror game. And I want that game to be bigger scope and have more marketability to it. But that being said, I'm like putting my heart and soul like into this tower defense game. I really am. I'm all in, baby, because it's like this is the foundation to that next game, and I want this game to really matter. But it's okay that if it's not like completely massive, you know, like what's going to make this game a success for me is if it is completed and I've learned something in the process, and I've already learned an insane amount. It's kind of immeasurable how much you learn. Let's see, that is if the title, oh yeah, the title. So that's not going to change it's not going to change for the number. So that's for the title. Description. I'm going to add one for the number. Let's see. That's for these in out F000. What the hell? Is this just alpha? Oh my god. I really could consolidate some of these vectors. Oh god. Oh god. All right, we got these easings done. Now we have to actually implement them, and we're on ads. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. You're learning how to minimize burnout from coding because you're in school, working towards an associate. So helps me writing short stories. Nice. That sounds like a good balance. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I've returned. Yeah, Hooligan, the writing short stories on the side sounds like a good way to balance. Okay, so back to the code. Let's write it down.
Come on.
So we did played, number easing. Set Seal, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And then we did number select easing out, and that includes the number hover easing, and then we've got number easing out, and then number easing in. Shadow easing. Just going to use the easing text index. Should have the same amount of indices. So that's for the easing out. Check. That's for the back, and then we got the front split. This is easing in. Again, using the text easing index, that's fine. Easing in. Gotta head out. Hula Gunner, thanks for hanging, man. You have a good night too. Ah, so then here's where that offset comes in. This is going to be the number, Hermes idle, blah, 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 with the number idle offset Y. Next, which the idle doesn't currently do anything anymore. So this is for the select easing outs. which here we will need a fade out. All right. Number texture using out. Here I'm clearing the vectors after I've done the animations, basically just dumping the memory so that the vectors aren't hanging on to memory anymore. So I do the shrink to fit. Because after you clear a vector, it still hangs on. It's still like an instantiated array. Like it says we need this much memory space because it's how much was like loaded into it. What was this from? All right, next. Primary easing out. Okay, here we got another ease out. It's a lot of animation here. Thankfully, we're just plugging the number in to the process here. A lot of redoing to the groundwork. Just gotta bang this out. We do still gotta do the played animation, I'm sure. What's the number? Next easy now to complete those. Okay, next we got the hover. Secondary here. I hope it just looks good because I'm like plugging into the system that I already plugged out or figured out for everything else. So that way it's like just dialed in, not having to do too much tweaking. Action offset. Yeah, that's fine. Remember, hover. All right. Next. What is this? Detection. Okay. All right, I think that's the meat of it. We gotta do additional animation. Let's look at how deeply nested this stuff is. Crazy. All right, select. Here we go. We got the pickup. So we got it. This is the stuff we got to figure out still. So for the number. Number to scale down. Number easing out. We also add that to the clear. Number easing out. That's the instantiation. The carry is the enforcement. So then we have to say number. Number texture. Number easing. Number easing out. All right. Moving around. Got that offset. All right, all right. Bada ba 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 boo. Boo boo boo. Boo boo. Number. Number with a primary scale. Number. Is that floats? It's an integer. That's converted. All right. Whatever. That's good. Yep. There's all this stuff to carry around the card. Then we gotta drop the card. And then we clear this. Alright. We need to create number. Number dist f rect. It is a float rectangle. One thing I noticed, a massive shift into SDL3. Everything is in floats. Like the majority of the stuff, it's like they're getting way deeper into the floats. So I'm starting to get used to using floats, even for the SDL F points, for the Rex, all this stuff. But it's sort of fruitless on my current setup, considering everything is you know, all the pixels are locked into nearest neighbor, so it's like subpixel stuff gets snapped around onto the pixel grid no matter what I do. Number ease out. Alpha, fine. Enforcement. Do it. We'll do the alt trick. Dink, 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 dink. Number. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Number easing out. Number dist f rect. Yep. All right, last thing, we got the init special. This or G, they're just commands. All right, play card. Oh my god, look how messy this is. So we've got secondary, all the secondary easing. Where is the, oh, here it is. Here's title. Sticking the number. Big old selection. Oh. Number. All right. Number offset. What's the mid? You care about the mid? Just assume that's okay. Is that coming on the mid? That's on the mid. Number offset. Okay. That should be fine. All right. So that's with the Scale percents, number. Alright. Now draw. I had instructions before to enforce the number, but now that doesn't change. Alright, I think the number is good to go. Oh, right here. Almost. We got added to the movement number. And title final to number final number. Huh? And number itself. Number. Anything else? What are the visibility and the actual texture? Interesting. Do I still use this? Number. Not even sure if that's still useful. This is visible true. Description reset card size. Just card. Oh my god. This card class is one hefty mama. It just never ends. 18 or 17,093 lines of gold. Not for the meek. Number. I'm trying to think, is it on the interface at all too? When I'm doing the manual adjustment for the cards themselves. That's for the hover easing. Why is that repeated? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, I see. It's adjusting the prior number here as well. Don't mess with the magic sauce. Don't mess with the magic sauce. Leave it alone. These are two separate things. Alright, the number hovers. Alright. I'm gonna look on the interface because I'm pretty sure there's still one more place I'm adjusting these numbers. So give me that plus equals 25. Alright, let's shop our plus equals.
Come on.
Francis, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. No down. Card start, here it is. This is what I was talking about. So this right here. Huh? What, is it not public? What in the turd Berklet? Put it right here. Alright, we gotta stick this down with the title here. Alright. Now you're happy. And here, gotta do number. This animation's eventually going to change too, but for now it's functional. See, that's like I want to fan the cards out, you know, like a usual like fan look for the deck, but I think that's going to be a huge argument towards OpenGL because it's probably not going to look great with the nearest neighbor. Scaled title, final number, title number. That should be everything. All right. Let's give it a build. Think about what we're going to do next. Kind of wanted to fix up the dragon. Really sure about I played number easy. What about you, man? All right, let's see. So far, so good. So the number flips in, shrinks down. Oh, whoa. That's not the right number. Raging Roots. Oh, we need to update the Raging Root numbers by +4s. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I have to fix that. Yeah. It looks good. Looks solid. We just got to fix the database here for the other numbers. Still need to do those animations. All right, numbers are dialed in, and I'm thinking that these played easings are not even useful. Why did I even make them? Currently not being utilized, ergo we're not going to do it. Not going to completely get rid of it either. Just going to comment it out for now. All right, played easing for you guys. What about played easings? Are you getting utilized? Because I think I changed how the easing is being done for the end. So even you, yeah. So we're not even using this. We're not even using this. Fade easing? Yeah, fade easing is getting used. Big time. All right, cleared out. Little cleanup here. Where was I? We fixed the placement of that. We fixed that. Everything checks out. There is something else that I wanted to do, but I might just hold off on that. Let's see. So there's some cleanup I wanted to do on the dragon rider's sprite. So I'm gonna open up and do a little pixel art here now. Fix up some of this stuff, and then we'll work on the deck builder graphic at least. Just dragon abilities. Where's the dragon rider? So the dragon rider. First of all, we got to give her a jacket. Hopefully that won't be too complicated. Yes, like right here, there's like all these like holes. Suddenly. The hell is this? What's part of the wing? Okay. Fine. Acceptable. I really want to redo the death. So I recently added like a coat. Let's see, actually, before I do that, whoa, the hell did that come from? Huh. I don't know where this distortion came from, but we are fixing it. what's up? So I need to make it blue. Make this green. Not 100% perfect, but pretty good. All right. Oh, head outline will be this one actually. What was I thinking? Let's get them fixes. I'm gonna take you to draw all this. This one was I don't remember. Let me see. Do I still have that? I used to have a plugin that used to tell me how long I spent on things. I may have disabled it though, because I think it was buggy. Yeah, I don't know. A long time. This is version 30. But since I gave her a little coat, I gotta like give her a coat now. Which honestly doesn't change too much to the animation. But we are talking about 70 frames. Give her a little coat. Why'd I have to give her a little coat? What was I thinking? Hey, welcome in, welcome in. You love pixel art, but it feels impossible to me? What? Pixel art is not impossible, come on. What is going on, Adam? Thank you for the raid, man. Have yourself a good rest. Guys, check out Adam. Excellent pixel artist and making a game called Insignia. Go wishlist it, go check it out. Pixel art is dope. Yeah, I agree, Magnus. It's really good. I just got to clean up. We just have to add a coat to her, to this animation, and then we've got to. That's pretty much it. I was considering doing like a new death sequence. I want to. So I don't know. Maybe I'll explore that. I don't know. How intense I want to do this this coat. Thank you, Magnus. Animation looks awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm making a tower defense game called Woods of War. You can wishlist it on Steam. It's a work in progress. It's coming along, but it is a deck builder tower defense game. Trying to keep it a smaller scope game. And today we were just programming in the number on the gem, making sure that that animates in correctly. I don't have the interface fully working yet for the cards being dealt to you. So I have to like manually feed myself cards right now. So this is not how it would typically play. But essentially you'd be dealt cards through the game and you take these different arcanas. So you have like your AoE cards, which are definitely general effects. And then you have the actual arcanas, which are like building blocks. So you pick a card up, you drop it on a node, and it builds that particular arcana to that node. And if you've got like a repeat of the same card, like here I got another Thornblade, I'll just drop it on the same node and it'll upgrade that one. And then I got Spike Shot here. So it's like you have to build up your just different arcanas, different offensive, defensive measures to fight against the enemies coming from both the left and the right. And you can focus fire to the left and the right if you want. So I could have like the Spike Shot, for instance, shoot to the right here if I wanted, or just they can also just stay on their respective sides. And then you have like this AoE card, which just generally does DPS to everybody. Here's the dragon in context. We're cleaning her up right now. But yeah, this is it's a tower defense game that's I'm trying to get it so that I can get a demo out in the next few months and we can start play testing, but I'm trying to expand upon the deck itself and the different cards and stuff that you get. But yeah, it's coming along. And right now just currently cleaning up the Dragon Rider. Guys, thank you so much for the follows. So I'm adding there's going to be a dialogue system, and I just added a coat, and so that's what we're adding. But this is like a mock-up of the dialogue system here on the side. And so there's going to be like a little bit of like storytelling. So when you are like first introduced to the enemies, they're going to come in and they're going to have kind of like a
just subscribed. Yo.
Codengree, thank you so much for the sub, man. And also Shroots, thank you for the follow, and Angel and Javine and Castititis, thank you for the follows, guys. Really appreciate it. Codengree, yo, good morning. It's been a while, dude. Thank you for cruising in. Card illustrations look good. Thank you, Magnus. Hey, that animation looks awesome. It's wave based or continuous spawn. It's going to be wave based, and then as you're introduced to new enemies for the first time, you'll get like little the little portrait of them. And here's like a few here. I can actually show you the more current. I was just working on a new portrait today. I can debut a new enemy type that I was just working on too, that no one's seen. This is the first anyone's seen it aside from mine own eyes. Look at this. Look at this son of a bitch. Look at him. Can you guys tell who he's based on? He's based on I have to look up the actor's name. Let me show you his name. Marty Feldman. This is my Marty Feldman bomber troll. He looks sane. Thank you for the hydrate. Been ill, completely wrecked from the flu. Oh, that sucks, dude. Curious to see the progress of Woods of War. I hope you feel better, man. So this is a portrait that I just finished today. I started it like a month ago, but today I just went in and actually like fully rendered it. But this is again like the different, you'll see these when I'm introducing different like enemies as you're introduced to them for the first time. These will pop in and they're going to say something like, I don't know what this guy's going to say, but it's going to be like, it'll be like that little bubble sound as the text goes. I'll be like, and he's going to say, eat my bombs, you son of a... He's not actually going to say it. It's just going to, the phrase, the word is going to be, the phrasing is going to be there. And then, and that way you can kind of get introduced to this character. I have not done the sprite for this guy yet, but he's going to be a bomb character. He's definitely an insane guy. Marty Feldman style. Look at this. Look at this gentleman. Look at him. Milan, thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly. So that's that guy. This is the first time anyone's seen it, guys. This is a Goblin debut. But let me show you some of the other characters. So we got the troll, the big troll. He's a big boy with the big axe. We got, of course, the Dragon Rider, which we saw earlier. And then we've got the orc, which is kind of like the run-of-the-mill. That's like the first enemy you're going to be introduced to, the orc. The orc horde. Feeling better? Yes, that's good to hear, Coden, man. Ligma bombs. Yeah, exactly. That's such a good one. Ligma bombs. And then what else do we have? We have the Stormcaster. This old lady who has shadow lightning to roast your face off. Let's see. Bench, what's going on? His eyes are like nipples. You're talking about the goblin. Well, he's got that Marty Feldman eyes. If you don't know about Marty Feldman, look him up. If you guys have ever seen the movie Young Frankenstein, in the guy who plays Igor, that's what this is based on. It's based on Marty Feldman. I love that guy. Young Frankenstein with Gene Wilder is one of my favorite movies. It's so good. Super funny. And he's got weird, crazy eyes. And they're better than nipples. They are Marty Feldman eyes. By the way, off topic, but pixel art related. Do you know Floor 796? I do not. What is this about, Coden? So you have these little like portraits coming in and you're getting like introduced to the character. It's like new enemy and he's like, Ligma bombs. But let's get the Dragon Rider up because I'm trying to, I just recently added the coat to the lady, to my lady here. And so I got to actually add the coat to the sprite. So we're gonna draw the coat and it's gonna whip around a bit, whip in the wind. Because I figured it's like a pilot jacket, you know. I'm trying to be like medieval here, like medieval barbarian horde, but like I just felt like giving her a jacket. I was like, she'll be cold up there, you know. So we gotta give her a coat. She's got like a pilot coat. I mean, let's just be glad I didn't give her aviators, all right? This is like Young Thrall before Earth Calling. I'll have to check that out, man. as we wooden elves. What else? Oh, the wood elves. Like if you see in the picture above here, in the promo art, the guy on the left side is Gant, and he is a wood elf, and he's actually the soul that is bound to the tree, and that's why the tree has a beard. I almost think I should give him like the pointy ears, maybe, but I don't know. Probably not. But checkfloor796.com. Oh, I'll have to check that out. You will not be disappointed. Trust me, it's amazing. Oh, we'll write it down. Write it down. Also got to write down Young Thrall here. Always things to check out, guys. Lots of things. What's the software you're using to make sprites? I'm using Sprite to draw the pixel art. What game engine do you use? I am not using a game engine. I'm making the game from scratch in C++ and SDL2, and I'm currently looking into OpenGL and seeing whether or not it's something I want to use. But I'm making the game from scratch. But let's see. We need to give this lady a coat. And do a little bit of shading here. It's like a short coat. Doesn't have to be like super big here. All right, that's enough. We have to put this on 70 frames, so don't want to be overly complicated with it. Give it a little bit of a whip. Just looked up Marty Feldman. Now you get it. Yeah, there you go. Ghibli Studios Medieval. You need some kind of aviation reference. Well, she's flying on a dragon, so I felt like her outfit was too sparse before, so I tossed it in. My costume design is very simple. And so I'm trying to make stuff a little more elaborate. So, I mean, bear with me. Those eyes, well, pointy ears as branches. I don't know, it could work. But I mean, if you look at the tree himself, the face that comes in on it with the big old beard, that is Gant. His soul's been bound to the tree. And in doing so, he created a magic barrier around the entire forest to protect it. So the orcs have to then come in and destroy the tree in order to unlock access to the forest and reap all of its magical goodies. But I could totally see some ears, some like elf ears on there, maybe. And these orcs, these are like the old orcs. You can see the orc right here below me. That is going to be the new orc. But I still have to put them together. So we're playing as the tree and defending ourselves? Yes, you are, yeah. It's really amazing. Excuse me. We're about to hit ads. It's this huge floor of hypothetical spaceship made of multiple pixel art modules. Ooh, that sounds awesome. That's awesome, Coden. If someone has to choose bet Java or CPP, what would be your opinions? I personally like C++, and I think you would see more people who are supportive of C++ over Java, maybe. I don't really know Java all that well, so I can't really speak to it too much. But does he add basis specific reasons, or wait, what was that in response to? You think there's no real reason? Well, yeah, I'll have to check that out at some point. Let's see. I'm just going to add the coat in a basic sense first. And then we'll add the flop to it later. You ever tried Pico 8? I have not. Have you heard about IoT? No. So yeah, I am considering using OpenGL for subpixel rendering options. I realized as I'm making this pixel art, I'm making it at 480 by 270. That's what the game is, the screen size is centralized around. And then I'm scaling it up using the nearest neighbor pixel scaling. So everything's perfect pixel-wise, but that means when I do subpixel render, like I try to put a pixel on a fraction, it snaps it into an integer because of that that scale-up algorithm. And so it's a bit of a problem. So I'm considering using OpenGL to open up the possibility to use the linear blend function with an HX or HQX shader to help sharpen the pixel art. That's the idea. And I'm not sure if it's going to pan out or not. But I'm going for it. Eventually these frames loop, so on this idle, because there's some secondary movements on the dragon. So I guess right now just the coat is being kind of moved around evenly. And I've got a little bit of a boob jiggle. So it's like, got to adapt to that. Oh, did her arm change? What's going on with the arm there? Oh, it straightens out. So I think we would leave this, and then this would come down to here. This would go to here, maybe. Oh, shite. I am. Jiggling boob physics confirmed. That's right. In tiny pixel form. My depravity knows no bounds. What can I say? Oh, whoa. Dude, that's gonna be a big cutout there. Bekthos, thank you for the follow. So I'm hoping to release the game this year. And the idea is to keep it like a small enough scope that as a solo dev, I can just bang this out and just get it out, you know? So if it's something you're into, check it out, wishlist it. It should be out this year, hopefully. That's the dream. We're getting the game for sure. Have you figured out you're doing great? Escamina, thank you, man. A bit concerned that the linear filtering might mess up the pixel art too much. What is the use case for this? Support different resolutions or something? So yeah, the linear filtering does blur the pixel art currently, but you need the linear filtering to actually use the subpixel rendering. It needs to be able to like smooth out on subpixels. But if you use, they're saying that if you use the shader called HQX, why can't I say that? HQX, which is like high quality. It's what it's like supposed to stand for, HQX. So what it's supposed to do is basically sharpen it back to look like sharpened pixel art. I think that's the idea. And so that way I can then even potentially add like zoom in and out and just do a lot more. Because then I'm like basically pushing the pixel art onto quads that are then in kind of like a 3D space. So it definitely gets more complicated, but it opens up the possibility that I can do smoother subpixel rendering. And that's only if I can pull it off. So far in my demo, I haven't been able to pull it off, but I've only worked on it for like 12 hours. So I'm still learning OpenGL to figure it out. And I'm trying. I want it to work. Blood Moss, what's going on? Welcome in. This is Pokemon music. Hell yeah, let's go. Are you making music and sound effects too? I'm making music, but I'm not going to make the sound effects. Sound effects, I'm just going to buy stuff that's already made because that's basically the one thing I'm not making myself. Because I got to draw the line somewhere. And that's where it is. That's the line. But actually I was like working on like a bass line for the theme song today. I didn't really find one that I like yet, but I have like a good 3 or 4 parts for the song, and I'm still just piecing it together. It's a work in progress. I haven't shown anyone this song, so it's yet to be shown off, but it's in the works. I'm trying to write the theme song myself. So it's definitely a lot of work, but honestly, it is really enjoyable. And I'm excited to fully flesh out the deck builder system, because that's still kind of like a newer component and it's just not fully built in yet. But it is well on its way. Today I'm just kind of working on odds and ends, but I did want to actually draw like the deck itself and put it in the corner, because then cards are going to come up from the deck and then, you know, you're going to be dealt from the deck. So we're going to work on that graphic a little later after I clean this girl up. Hopefully this doesn't take too much time and I can just recycle this animation. In fact, I probably already could recycle it. I forget what the cycle on this idol was. It's got to be every time the dragon goes up and down. So let's see. I think that was it, actually. There we go. Let's move this over. So now we just got to put like a, so it's just 8 frames, and then I got to put a little like flap in the coat. I might need to make the coat a little longer, but it doesn't, it looks like it's kind of a short coat. Mainly to keep her neck warm. All right. So I think, yeah, we just see how much of like a wave in the coat I can put. Do you have another job currently, or working full-time on Woods of War? I'm working full-time on Woods of War, and the plan is it doesn't have to be a financial success for me to get what I need out of this project. It's about finishing, getting something released, and learning a lot about marketing and what it means to just finish a game. The whole shebang. So yeah, it's like important for, since it's like my first C++ game, it's trying to not put too much pressure on it and just to allow space so that I may fail with grace in a way that like helps me kind of figure out what the hell I'm doing. I think I'm gonna come up with a big old whip right at the last second here. And you know, I don't want it to fail. I am gonna do my best to really make it kick ass, and hopefully it'll really resonate with people who like, you know, deck builder and tower defense. That is the mission. I'm gonna do a sub tag here. Just see. Do we like the wave on the jacket? It's subtle. It's chill. I'm for it. The coat is just like a simple accessory. It's not like a big old deal, so I'm gonna go with that. So we got 8 frames here, and they just cycle. We got 8 there. And let's see. I was right. All right. There we go. Little flappy coat. Well, should I maybe I should put a little bit of like movement in the coat itself. Bop, 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 bop. So I've been working on it for about a year, and I'm hoping that I can get it done in the next 6 to 12 months. It's the big old plan. I hope people will see it, want to play it. Yeah, I think there's a decent amount of interest. I don't think it's an earth-shattering, super marketable. Like it's not going to have like a massive market, but the point is to have kind of like a less pressure release, so that I can really curate a solid code base. Because I am going to be using this code base a little bit towards the next game. Because right after I release this game, I'm going to immediately start work on a horror game that's going to be a dungeon roguelike. What did you study or work on before? So I was a professional Flash developer. Like I made Flash games for 10 years. And then after that, I spent another 10 years making JavaScript and PHP and just like web apps and stuff, all kinds of stuff in other like forms of, web technologies. So a front-end developer for the past 20 years. And I got a bachelor's of science in media arts and animation. So I learned a lot about, 3D modeling, 2D illustration, storyboarding, compositing, color theory, just all kinds of art stuff. I went to art school, and but walked away with a commercial art degree, and that degree paid for itself. Because like when I went to school, it was still affordable. And now it's like insane. All right, let's do that. A little bit of wind. Oh, it's a little too chaotic, isn't it? Shit. Let's do another little tag here. So yeah, like I spent my majority of my career as a programmer. And I went to school for, I mean, everything from like, you know, film and photography to illustration, all this stuff. And I mainly was programming my entire career. And I thought, well, first of all, I want to get back to making stuff like Flash games because Flash died a long time ago, and I missed that. So I wanted to make a game like I used to. So I did it for 10 years. It's like a long time doing something that you just say goodbye to it. It's kind of sad, but this is my just wanting to go back there because it was just one of my favorite things. Let's do one like that so it raises up. And it's just also, you know, time for me to use my art education, basically. Because I've made countless games and sites for other people, but I haven't sat down and designed my own thing. And so that's what I'm doing. Finally said, fuck it, let's do it. As you do. Trying to make it look like there's winds flowing through her fur, that furry part. A little flap on the So in the game there's going to be 4 seasons. And it's, you know, the typical weather seasons. We're talking spring, summer, winter, and fall. And each season is going to represent a different school of magic. So spring is going to represent Earth. And each season's going to have a unique look. I think the most extreme of which is summer. It's actually going to be a lava level because the forest itself is like a magic forest, so it can do whatever it wants. So it's going to take on the appearance of like having like volcanoes and stuff in the background and lava everywhere. And it's just to kind of to attempt to scare away the enemy, but also like focused fire magic basically. And so there's going to be the earth, fire, frost, and shadow magic. So shadow is going to be the fall. So it's like Halloween, you know, we're getting into like the shadow magic. And those are the 4 schools of magic currently. In each season, I'm going to try to, my goal right now is to have 10 levels per season. And hopefully each level you'll be unlocking enemies, more or less. It might be like 8 enemies a season. And maybe a boss. I don't know. I haven't fully fleshed out the how far it's going to go. But the demo, I'm going to try to get it that first like 10 levels basically is the goal. And see how like the initial season feels. And then the rest will be the rest of the game will be the rest of the seasons plus the story, you know. So the demo is going to be more just like the season itself, maybe like a minor storytelling, but not like the full story yet. What's Orcish for Dracaris? I don't know. That's the fire command, right?
Come on.
Zero, thank you for the follow. Invect also, thank you. I don't know if I'm getting crazy with my flow here. It's harder to do this animation because she's like jumping, like she's floating with the dragon, so it's like harder to like key in on the vibe. I wonder if instead, if I should just do like a flutter. You've been working as a PHP developer, most backend, using Laravel and PrestaShop for 5 years, but now I feel like I really want to make games. But you have no art skills? Well, that's where you should start. You should focus on the type of art that you'd like to see in a game. Is it pixel art? Is it 3D modeling? What is it? Hand-drawn? I've even seen a game of people like hand knitting each character. They like make these little knitted characters. And the entire game is based on that. What was it? Braid was like everything was a painting. You can do whatever now, you know, it's like sky's the limit. You could also have like a really simple style. I'm gonna start over here, and I'm just gonna do something more simple. I don't think it needs to be like really complicated, but this one's definitely tough because since I'm animating it like on this moving thing. So I think I'm just gonna like have it kind of flicker. Perfect. Oh, I hate it. Son of a bitch. It's not there yet. So before I think I was going too dramatic. So I think I'm going to take this square, animate it up, animate it up. Something like that. Or abstract, simple functional game with programming art is also a god start. Boxes and circles already allow you to do pretty cool stuff. Indeed, exporting image frames from Blender is easy. Learning basic 3D. There you go. Yeah, it does. I've already started to make smaller fun things in Phaser.js, Godot, and Love 2D Lua based engine using free assets. Well, there you go. I hear a lot of games, like a lot of, especially AAA games, they'll just focus on coding the game with really basic assets, and they just try to make the game as fun as possible and try to like get it as debugged as possible so that it's like, you know that it's a fun thing. And then when you know it's like a solid approach to a game, then at the last second you start bringing in good assets, you know? You know what? I think I can be like way more subtle with this, and I need to move on because it's like a little too focused on this. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Okay, we got to add it to everything else. Hopefully, it's not too complicated here. What is that? It's like mega blocked. The mega block. it's on 7. This is a bit different. I'm getting behind on chat here. Gonna get a nap. Have a good one. Eskimina, thank you for hanging out, man. What's up, Chapel? Rather play a game that plays well and is fun than play pretty art that plays bad. Yeah, agreed. I think that's generally people's consensus, is like make sure that it's just fun and then worry about the art secondary. But there's no question that when it's good art and good programming, that it can elevate things for sure. But there certainly are priorities, you know? Yeah, it comes way last. I agree. AAA, you just use old stuff and already have blocks, building blocks. Yeah. Fun gameplay always comes first. Hell yeah. A whack a duck. One time I did a whack a barbarian game for Capital One. You guys remember when Capital One credit card was doing like barbarian ads back when we all saw ads still? And like it was like a Facebook app, but it was a flash game, and it was a whack a barbarian head game. But it was like whack-a-mole style. See, that's the type of like flash games I would make. Sometimes they were like small mini games like that. Other times they'd be like a little bit bigger, but usually like pretty chill, like chill games like that. It was such a fun job. Oh, a Castlevania RPG? Well, be careful, you know, because I mean, especially if it's like one of your earlier projects, because we know that RPGs, it is not a project for the meek, you know. Think about Adam working on Insignia. He's been what, 7 years doing it? 7 years on the journey. RPGs are like a massive amount of content. I mean, if it's your dream, do your dream. But also understand what you're getting yourself into. Oh. This part. This part. Got to make the bad games first to build up your game dev foundations. Yeah. There's no reason why your bad game, your quote unquote bad game, like, I think the assumption is that you try to make a good game, but your first projects are just going to be bad, and to accept that. And so you should probably use your softer ideas on the first iteration, the first attempt, because it's probably going to be bad. It's going to be flawed. And like, I totally agree with that. You got to make your bad game first. Question out of curiosity, you're using quite a lot of colors for pixel art. Wouldn't it be better for the process to limit the color palette a bit? You know, this isn't like 1985 anymore. Like, we can support as many colors as we want. And generally speaking, I don't really care all that much. So I'm not like highly restrictive on the color palette. I am trying to be like consistent with the colors that I'm using. So there's definitely some color continuity, but I'm not being a stickler about it. It's okay for there to be a healthy amount of variation. It's okay. To me, what's more important when it comes to pixel art is just like the structure and the look and feel. And I think if you look at like pixel art, like even like Amiga games and stuff, like the history of games that have been made with the pixel art approach, it varies wildly. Some people use more colors, some people use a lot less, like very simple. And it's just like, pick your poison, you know? But also, like, there's so many different ways to make games, and I've noticed that, like, when I dev live, that like everyone, when they come in and, you know, they want to offer their approach, you know, everyone has like their take on like all the collection of technologies and artistic approaches, and they're thinking like, this is the way you have to do it. And it's just like everyone has their unique path of doing things. And one thing I've noticed streaming, it's just time and time again, literally everyone is unique. Everyone does everything slightly differently, you know? And this is just the way I do things. And it is going to be slightly different, but there's going to be some overlap to the way we both do things, you know? And that's just like the reality because of the sheer amount of tools that are available. There's so many options that it's like sky's the limit, you know, like what appeals to you most. Do what you love. Do what keeps you like productive. Like, I've seen highly successful games that are released in like JavaScript. Like, it's kind of like, do whatever the hell you want. It's gonna be fine. Kind of crazy how fine it's gonna be. people with like JavaScript games porting over to like using Unity to like port to bigger platforms. It's like, dude, are you kidding me? It's crazy. Use a turd language like JavaScript. The answer is yes. The answer is, can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah. Here I am getting behind on chat again. Your scuba game has quite a big scope. There you go. Sometimes you just want to demo out like little items, coding. Start with a smaller idea. Yeah, like I agree, Coden. Like if you pick it, if it's like a first project for you, it's important to like me, for instance, I made games for 10 years as Flash developer, right? And so that I made games every day, 40 hours a week for 10 years. And so like I have like all this experience with clients saying, here's assets, make this game. And I like sit with them and be like, so you want this to work like this and work like this? And like we work through it. I build it, they give it to them. They're like, can you change this and that? And then there's like, oh, we need this. There's this deadline. Oh, this change just came through. Like I've dealt with like a professional setting of like, make this game, do it in this like certain amount of time and under this particular budget. So I'm like estimating my time and like just going through the process, and did it over and over and over, just building hundreds and hundreds of these things. So it's like at this point I'm comfortable having like a slightly larger scope, but I'm still thinking it's got to be a small scope so that I can like really, what I'm trying to do is flex on the art side to try to learn about how to be a better artist, a better designer. And so I need the fodder to like practice on, but the code for the game isn't like that crazy. It's not super complicated. So it's like keeping that part like relatively small scope, but the art is always going to be like what the art is, you know, like you're always, it's like, even if it's a smaller scope game, the art's always going to take time. I found that there's just no getting around it. Like even if you use a game engine, like people are like, use a game engine, you'll save time. And I'm like, a little bit of time, but really for me, what I've noticed, like all the time that where it gets eaten up the most is producing the damn art. So like engine isn't going to save me from that. But I'm not against engines. I think using engines is a very smart use of your time. It's just how I like to do things. I'm kind of crazy. So I've been told. I'm a little crazy. But what's cool about it is in the end, I will own my code base. It'll be mine and mine alone. And I won't ever have to I won't have to bend the knee to anybody, ever. Know what I mean? But that being said, there's advantages both ways, you know? You get... Oh, okay, so she's starting to, like, turn. Okay, so we need to, right here, pull this in, click. Here, pull this in, click. I just think both are like viable solutions, and building an engine is only for people who are like, you just have to really want to do that, because it is a undertaking. It's not like an easy path. But it is a fascinating one. Like, I'm betting if you use an engine, it's going to be way easier to like hire and delegate tasks to people. But in the same light, I don't think it's a big deal. It's like, can also be good to try different tech, like one game jam with Unity and one with Godot. Yeah, it's not a bad approach. I mean, like, that's why I'm like learning OpenGL to consider expanding upon my code base with OpenGL. Just sometimes you just want to play with additional technologies, just to see if there's potential that you want to tap into. Agree, as long as it makes sense for you. Just wondering how other pixel artists work. Thanks. My pleasure, man. Unity felt cluttered. Godot felt a lot better. I'd imagine I'd want to go more Godot because it's like open source. Be more into that. Here, let me get caught up on chat. What's up? Kudro, what's going on? It says Shomara, what's going on? Hello. I'm like way behind on chat. Oh, here we go. I think I'm almost caught up here. You're also from scratch all the way. Just feel that you don't want to waste as much time fixing and extending stuff because you know how it works. Right. For me, it depends on what kind of game, really. Yeah, so like for me, it's like I would never make a 3D game, you know, like I'm not going to design my own 3D engine. I'm just making pixel art 2D games. And even that's like, I'm like pushing myself into OpenGL now, so it's already getting more complicated. All right, so now she's got a coat. Does she have the arm down anywhere here?
Come on.
Clem, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, you get it. Have a simple 3D engine in J with Vulkan. Not a lot of physics yet, but already did some simple 2D physics before too. Definitely a lot of work at the start. Yeah, dude, with Vulkan especially, it sounds crazy. Yeah, like I like to keep things kind of definitely keep things chill. Dude, Coden, thank you for the gifty subs.
Sub to Magnus 5.
To Magnus, let's go.
Tier 1 sub to Magnus 5. They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
Let's go, 11 gift subs, Coden. You are a legend. Thank you so much. What a legend. I think we need to come back on this one. Let's see. 4. Do it. Do it. Pretty sure this one's the same. Oh shit, maybe not. Oh God. Thank you, Edmund. Dude, I need to add the Steam to the command, don't I? I'll just do it right now. It's a good point. What was that typing? Just adding this command real quick. You guys dropping into Spanish now? What's up, Saber? What the hell? Cake spaghetti? What's up, we leave? Let's see, does this work now? Alright, yeah. Alright, so Steam or Wishlist does the same command. Very good. Very good. Dealt with. Spanish speaking guy wanted to know what were the reasons not to use Game Maker. Did I miss that comment? Oh, disculpa una pregunta. He says, I don't know Spanish very well, but he says, I have a question for when your motivation for not using Game Over. Okay, I see. So Ibarlin, yeah, the reason that I just like to build stuff from scratch. It's more interesting to me. It keeps me more motivated to build stuff. But I think I would have just as much fun using a game engine, honestly. Oh, death. So I don't like this death animation. It's kind of a cop-out. And I wasn't sure what I wanted to do alternatively. Well, we pretty much capped it. The only thing left to do is to come up with like a death. So basically I did a throw, but then I had him like disintegrate. When I was thinking it would be more interesting if the dragon just like fell to the ground. Does it need to be dynamic? I'll be right back and go to the bathroom one more time here. Drinking a lot of tea. And then I think I may want to try a new animation for the death because it's been hanging on my conscience for a long time. Wanting to do something better for it. I might even just, I don't know, bring it into the fold, have them fall to the ground and then the roots come up and swallow them. Perhaps, or maybe just make it like a quick one where he doesn't, it's not like a slow swallow. He just like, I don't know. I got some crazy ideas actually. Here, I'll be right back. Be like, just like 2 minutes. Hello, Arya. Hello, hello. So I have this idea. Like, well, there's one of two ideas. I have a third idea. But like the original crazy idea, oh my God, I just remembered a fourth idea. Here's the ideas. First idea, and I'm probably going to do one of the first two, which is like either he falls to the ground, like once he's dead, the dragon and the spear thrower, they fall to the ground, and then the ground opens up and roots come out and swallow them into the ground like all the other enemies. That's how they all die. When they're dead, they like fall over dead, and then roots come up and absorb them into the ground. Alternatively, for the dragon being like a airborne character, perhaps the roots, like the chasm where the dragon would be swallowed up, would open up first, and roots would come out, grab the dragon and pull it in. So that's kind of a wild idea. Another idea I had was and this was like the outlandish idea that like I won't do, but it was like the dragon gets like swallowed by the tree. So the tree like opens up its mouth, and like roots would come and like drag the dragon into the mouth of the tree. And so then I guess the tree would have some sort of like alien tentacle come out of its mouth and like grab it and pull it in. So that's a wild idea. And the last idea was, and this was kind of the original like alternative idea, that the dragon would fall to the ground and get swallowed, you know, roots, whatever, but the spear thrower would separate from the dragon and would suddenly be a ground unit without the dragon. Like the dragon thrower parachutes down, or like actually falls down with the dragon but then just walks away from the corpse still standing. So those were the ideas. I think for now what I'm gonna do is just final death. The dragon lady is going down with the dragon, because that way I don't have to do any additional programming. It's just like no big deal. That's just going to be the easier path. The other one's a nice to have, but I think, you know, if you go for the fourth, I will love it. But personally biased, you will love it lost. What? If you go for the fourth, I will love it lost. Love it most. No, see that last idea of the dragon, the orc lady getting off the dragon and like fighting away from the dragon was my original idea, and I love it. But it's like more important to have so much other functionality and other animations in the game than just that one little thing. So that's like perhaps a future evolution. But for now, I got to come up with the simple get this done now solution, which is they die together, so that I can move forward on other more pressing things. So it's like a nice detail, but I need to like be thrifty with my time, you know? But that was my original idea, because I thought that'd be really cool to like have this be a really persistent unit that like even when you kill the dragon, it's like a big armored thing, but then you'd still get like a few odd spear tosses from the ground from the spear thrower. So I think what I'm going to do now, and this would still leave the potential for this separation of the enemy in the future, is it's deciding between the first two, which is either the roots come up and swallow the dragon into the ground, or the dragon falls to the ground and gets swallowed by the roots. I think I want to experiment with the roots coming up and grabbing the dragon and pulling it down, because that is way more dramatic and unique. So that like flying units would get like plucked out of the sky at the last moment. And I don't know. I just think that could be interesting. So I think I'm going to try that. After I have a biscotti. A biscotti. It's an almond biscotti. I need to charge up. How you doing, Arya? Are you having a good day? Okay, so we're probably gonna have to extend the height. Of the dragon. So let's take a screenshot. Gotta wait for a dragon to come in. We'll just mess around for a second. And we'll grab a screenshot of the dragon at the proper height. One thing we'll be working on soon too is the area of effect animation. So I need to do like a meteor strike. And the freezing every enemy. And I'm wondering if I shouldn't just like for the freezing of the enemies, I'm wondering if I should just include that as a part of each of the sprites, or should I make some sort of general solution? And I mean, this could be something that would also potentially evolve with OpenGL and creating like a shader. But like for now, I have to think of things in like a very rudimentary way. And so for like the flash freeze, I would do something like just have like a generic block of ice covering each character and maybe have like unique sizes. But then I think about like the dragon itself, like for the freeze stuff, like, I don't know. I'll probably have to integrate it into each individual sprite. But it's not that big a deal because what I'll do is utilize already made animations like the throw or like the hit animation and then just repurpose that. Just covering it with ice and then maybe doing some like blend modes or something. No dragons yet. There we go. Here's a dragon. Okay. All right, dragon. So the concepts, I'd want to put it like on the back, as far back as possible, because it's a big ass animal. Excuse me. So I'm going to close this right now so I can get a little more space here. Okay. So let's see. The Dragon Rider. We don't really use the green for that, do we? So we need to open up. Let's open up the Troll. You gotta pay the troll toll if you want to get into this boys' hole. What? It's always funny. It's always sunny in Philadelphia reference there. For you sick and twisted lovers of such things. Alright, so we use this green. Very vibrant green. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what music is even playing? I can't even hear it. It's like right when it was transitioning. God, what was my favorite glasses? Is it the MIDI Skull song? Or wasn't this one. I'm going to switch for a second on these. There's a particular song I'm trying to listen to. No, that's not it. It is my favorite one that Glasses did. I think it's a Castlevania song. But I don't remember what it was called. So I'm completely screwed. Should like favorite it or something so I don't forget it. Order to a boss. Definitely gonna be on this. Fiddly boss. Come on. He's got so many. I'll never find it, guys. I'll never find it. Why has it got to be this way? I know I'm like probably looking straight at it, but I cannot find it. Why? Because I don't remember the name. Why? Because don't lose hope. I won't lose hope. I won't. All right, we'll look one more time. This guy is a really insanely talented piano player, and he does like a lot of synth covers. And I found him on TikTok, and it was a song that like he brought me in on that I'm trying to find. And I want to say it was like a Castlevania song, but it didn't have Castlevania in the title. And All I remember is that was like a minute 20 long song. A minute and 20 seconds long. That's it. That's all I remember. It is so sad. Maybe it's not even in this particular batch right here. Maybe it's not even in this batch. I don't know, guys. If you hum it, maybe you'll know which one. Don't sweat it, Donald. It goes like ba-ba-da-da, ba-da-da-ba-do, do-ba-da-do. Fuck. Doesn't sound like it at all. I know I can't pull it off. I know my synth live covers from my face are not sufficient. It's so sad. It is what it is. I just don't want to like play a bunch of random songs. But let's just play some shit from him. So that way you guys at least know who this guy is. So here he's got like a chic theme. Oh, maybe it was plant theme? Castle? You have to search it. Plant theme castle. It's gotta be it. Ripe seeds? It is it! This is the song! All right, so there's gonna be like we got to play it one more time. It's really short. We worked so hard to find it. Dope. Let's get back to the playlist. What will we play now? Night Hunter, what's up? Everything looking neat? Thank you. I'm trying to create like a big crevasse that opens up and then swallows the dragon. So that would be the concept. Roots just come out of the ground. I just realized I'm gonna have to make all the roots red on all the enemies. Looks cool, thank you. So we gotta do rotate flip, create that BG, drop the pass. Combine. Ooh, it's already almost big enough. Nice. Although I probably need to get the identical frame. I guess that is... I think it's that frame. All right. So we need to extend it to 450. Mordor's marching towards Minas Tirith. I can hear it! Indeed. Alright, 450. Oh wait, wrong size. 255. Right now for the experiment. So the size has been increased to 255. For enemy. Magnus, thank you for hanging out, man. Yeah, Codengree, thanks for that gift sub. Awesome. Okay, here it is. So, dragon right around 3. So 243. To now T55. I don't think that's going to change the Y or anything. So let's run a test on that. But let's add a dragon to our first wave. Let's see, dragon right away. We're gonna have to kill that dragon. Okay, here we go. Yep, I think that's gonna work. For the first time, I'm out of money. For the first time ever, I'm actually out of money. I gave myself way less money and I changed the pricing of things. So now it's more of like a singular, it's less than 10. And mainly because I can only fit one number on the gym. But I need to, I think, reprice things a little bit differently. But I came up with kind of a basic system so far. But I'm actually out of money. Oh my God, for the first time. So yeah, that's going to be the animation. Just like plucks them out of the sky. So let's see. There's probably going to be a longer animation than that. Currently we're going 70 frames. And I'm not going to want to do this anymore. I'm going to want to do Greetings, prophets. Greetings.
Come on.
Trev, thank you for the follow. Body's moving all over the place. Dab nabbitch. Four. Graphic looks awesome. Dragon being captured. Vines of the god. Yeah, it's the death. And I was just like, I've been wanting to do a better death animation for the dragon. And I thought, why not just snatch him out of the sky? His roots are getting rather aggressive. Have you ever had a creative failure which shook you to your core? Heavy question? Free to dodge? Sure, all the time. I've learned to embrace the failure. My failure is like now integrated into my process. Because think of the first like preliminary thumbnail sketch you do. It's like scratchy and messed up and intentionally bad because it's just about planning. It's not about refinement, not about rendering something glorious. So you kind of take the pressure off. And then when you initially draw something, you're just doing kind of like a rough approach to it. I always start out rough, and then I like trace over the rough lines with cleaner lines and rinse and repeat. So, in other words, the failure is part of the process. Now, if I stopped when it was looking terrible and not totally finished and telling myself, oh, you can only spend 20 minutes drawing this and you can never touch it again, then yeah, I'd probably be devastated all the time. On the reg, my friend. You must embrace the curse of observation. For with eyes you see how terrible you truly can be. When you see the truth, you can improve. But with this knowledge comes the great curse of hating your own fucking guts. Yes. Damn it. Not again. Hope that helps. You want to know what's also part of my process? And this is part of my own just like traumatized mind or whatever. A lot of times when I sit and I'll do art, like right now I'm like overstimulated because I have chat and a mission. I'm like really focused right now, but normally when I'm doing art, I have enough space to ruminate. And usually when I'm ruminating, I'm self-deprecating. Like thinking of past memories that embarrass me, humiliate me, make me not feel good. And it's like my brain's go-to. If I idle for a certain amount of time, it just like happens naturally, like every day. It's my default. So you have to, like, for me, adapt and just be like, nah, shut up. Enough of that. It is annoying. There you go. I'm not really uncomfortable with deep topics. I don't mind admitting to my vulnerabilities, that I have, you know, vulnerable moments. It's not the prototypical masculine way in America, but I've always rejected that. I think a truly balanced and healthy person is a blend of their masculine and feminine, and it's in balance. That's where true power comes from. It's just my way, my opinion. Could be different for everybody. I certainly don't come off as a model of strength. I can tell you that much. But I endure quite well, despite it all. There you go, we leave. Taste the depth. Taste it. Let it wash over you. Breathe it in deep. I think I'm out of tea. Embracing masculinity levels. See, I don't know. I tend to reject the idea that what we normally identify as a particular polarities as unique to that polarity, you know? That like certain things are considered feminine or certain things are considered masculine. It's like, it's just kind of like a way of saying different things, you know? It's like a way to like broadly categorize like being stern and strong and like hiding away from your emotions, or embracing like empathy and like being open and all the shit. It's like, it doesn't have anything to do with like gender. Not really. Not really. I think what people like to use it for is to measure like attractiveness, though. You know, there's like a certain level of attraction to these different archetypes, you know? But if you set aside ego, you stop caring about stuff like that. Like, I don't care if it's attractive or not. I'd rather just be in, like, at peace, happy, and in balance. You know? I'm not trying to, like, put on a show. Act like I'm something I'm not. Or act like something is all that I am, you know? That makes sense? Like someone who's like hyper masculine is like hiding their like feminine side, you know? Getting sucked into a hole. That's what we're doing. Do the whole suck. We leave. Thank you for the
Welly2_night
subbies.
just subscribed.
I appreciate it. Look at how good this looks so far. Capture that dragon. Damn. I don't know why I'm making that particular sound about. It's tasty dragons. Fertilized. Oh, man. Oh, good core stretch there. Oh. All right. Let's keep detailing these roots. So they come up, they tangle deep, deeper, and then we need to keep going further. Further? Further. We will go further. As long as we have air to breathe and roots to wrap, we will wrapping roots. One of the cards or arcanas that I wanted to do soon is the Entangle card. And now I'm like not sure if I want to do it as like an AoE or an actual like node occupying deal. The initial plan was to have an arcana that would occupy a node. And people, as they like approach the entangle plant or whatever, they would just become trapped. Almost thinking like my original plan, I think was like as soon as they become entangled, they would become like a wall, and then another enemy would have to come and like set them free, like hit at the vine until it breaks to release that enemy. But then they would then become trapped by it, and it would only like capture like a certain amount of people because they would be taking damage each time like, I don't know, like maybe it would take like 3 hits before it would like release. And it would just take however many HP that's gonna take. Oops, not that one. That one. And save. And erase. But this is definitely giving like Entangle vibes right now. Getting that deep Entangle vibe moment. Huh? Oh, there we go. Last night I started rewatching some Ghost in the Shell. Standalone Complex. It's a pretty good anime. It's like one of the first animes that I got into ever. Back on Adult Swim, but like now watching it's like comfort. Oh, wait. Shit. Is I off here? This looks off. There we go. I also, like, I started watching Standalone Complex, Ghost in the Shell, because it's one of my, like, favorite animes, like, early animes. I think I liked Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo a lot more, but, like, I watched the, I just had it lying around, the Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson. I finally just said, fuck it, I'll watch it. I didn't watch it originally because I looked at the trailer and I was like, this is going to be trash. I just knew because I just loved Ghost in the Shell so much that I already knew just by the look of it. I mean, Bato, Scarlett as as Major. I just, none of it seemed. Sky, thank you for the follow. I could not abide. I was not, but I finally just said, fuck it, I'll watch it. And it was as bad as I thought it would be. It was trash. I couldn't believe it. And it's the thing is, I like really do respect Scarlett Johansson. I don't think she was the reason why it was bad. It was like they just fucked so many things up, like Bato, and well, just really all the side characters. They totally messed them up. And watching the anime again, it's like Bato has like way more of a sense of humor. And I don't know, I think Scarlett Johansson did okay, I guess, playing Major, but I don't know. Just left I think it was mainly like the side characters. Like she was like the least problematic character, you know? Because I mean, she's just like an android robot. Could be played by anybody. But yeah, I'm like, I had to watch the anime again to remember why it was so awesome. After staining my memory with the live action. I'm a purist. One thing that I thought was ridiculous was the I forget the character's name, but the boss, the dude with like the wizard looking professor hair. They had him like speaking in subtitles, you know, like he was speaking Japanese, and it's like, why? When all the other characters were speaking English, it just like seemed out of place. So you just like immediately felt more disconnected from that character, and all he ever did was just like sit in a chair and just look like like he was in deep thought always, and just like never left that damn desk. Just I don't know. I fell asleep. I couldn't stand the film. Anyways. Ghost in the Shell live action. What a joke. I'm glad I refused to watch it when it came out originally. Part of me wanted it to be good, but I don't know. I don't think animes need to be live action ever. I really don't see the point. Because the animes will always be like more interesting to me as an artist. I did go to school for animation, so my love for animation is quite deep. It's quite deep indeed. We should drag out the wing one more frame here. Have it get sucked into the hole a little bit more. Like, I'm pretty sure I've never seen a live action anime that I liked, ever. What was there? Full Metal Alchemist, Bleach. They were all shit. Like, I couldn't think, I don't know if I even, if there even is one that's good. Did you figure out what was up with the frame rate? Clown Slayer, I did. I forgot about VSync. So I was cranking the FPS up to 250, but I had it on VSync for the render window. So it was locking into 60 frames per second. And so the animations were, like the dynamic animations were all factoring in as if it was running at 250, but because it was being throttled by the VSync setting, it was mixing 250 FPS animations with 60 frames per second timing. So it looked all fucked up, but it was doing what it was supposed to do. So once I realized that, I just made sure that if the FPS ever gets cranked while it's in VSync, it'll lock it down to 60 frames per second. But if it's the accelerated render type, then it won't. It's not gonna. It's just gonna let it be whatever it wants to be. So if there's people out there that are like, you know, getting crazy with their frame rates, and they can get crazy whatever they want. Give me both of these. And I was glad that it was like just a stupid mistake on my part, because I was like worried it needed to be this big thing. But it didn't. I just needed to put a little check there. A little bit more deliberate. Seinfeld was based on a manga. Lies. Lies. I liked Seinfeld. I thought it was great. I've realized that out of all the dysfunctional people that I've like known in my life, Seinfeld it's like the very common way to connect and bond in America. So it's like a very American type form of bonding. And I'm sure it's like a little bit more exaggerated in kind of New Yorker type personalities, but I just see it all over. And that's like what's the heart of Seinfeld? They get together and they complain about stupid shit, you know, like that guy cut me off, she had man hands, like just stupid bullshit. Like that's what it means to be American. It's just to complain, to bond over like stupid things that are happening in your life. Like, can you believe that Karen came and did that thing? Oh my God. Let's judge them so we don't judge ourselves. And it's just like normal. I think part of me used to fight it, wanting people to be more positive around me, but then I realized it's like their bid for bonding. People just like to complain about stuff. Oh shit. This one's got to be a little different. But yeah, that's what like Seinfeld represents to me, like what it feels like to be in America. Everyone's always just like negative and having to like hate on something that's really annoying, but you kind of get used to it. If you like see it like in a positive way, like a comedian way, it doesn't have to be like this dark thing. But yeah, not everyone likes Seinfeld. And I think it's like probably has something to do with that. I don't know. I think we need a little bit more flexibility in that wing in the end. You know what? It also needs to be like a just as like needs to get sucked into that hole fast. So maybe we skip this frame. But I'm getting into rambly state, which means we're about getting ready to get tired over here. There we go. A little quicker. Question, should I put a green glow like I do for all the other ones around the base? So I always do... So it's got that green... It's supposed to be like kind of green energy for the earth magic. So to do that for this, all we would do is this. Outside... I feel like the hole could close a little sooner. Maybe just one sooner. I like that it's closing on it. Oh damn, now we gotta do the contract 1 pixel. Oh. Or expand if I'm in inverted. Expand. There we go. What the hell? It did not work out super well. Contract 1. So that's messed up. What the hell? You know what we're going to do? We're going to highlight the green on this layer. We are going to delete it on these layers. Oh, shit. Some messy business. Suit it in music rules? Hell yeah. Need this to point up. Get a little pointy. Pointy, pointy. Minus on this. I guess add. Alright, never mind. Oh, that's why. You're not on the correct layer. Yeah, I like that way better. I still need to add the detailing to the roots. And let's see, we did extend it here, so that means it's going to affect everything. Unless I can get rid of 5 frames. Nah, that's not going to happen. Especially like because the roots just like keep wrapping as it goes. But the roots will become a little bit more apparent once I like actually shade it and stuff. They're pretty subtle right now, but they will pop. But this is enough that we could propagate it. So we extended it from, it went to 70 frames. And now it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra frames. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now the death sequence should be consistent.
Come on.
Aquitas Alive, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let's get this. Wait, here we go. Death sequence. So the death sequence, it like is consistent on the. It looks consistent on all these, so it's like. I don't even know if it's fully necessary, but there's no effects on it. We always want the death to turn out the same, but I'm like, why do I have it on this? On repeated a bunch of times. It's like eating up memory a little bit. But it's relatively negligible. All right, that's enough to put it into action. The only thing is we got to add the jacket animation to the rest of it. So this little jacket on the lady, we got to take this little jacket layer and post that on here. Just got a little jacket. Here, let's just hide the color BG since it kind of comes and goes. And then we have to do the color treatment one. So we're going to select this, hide this, and then we got to like match it. Close enough. All right, close that. Hit outline. Boom. Jack it in. We are ready to test this death sequence in game. So the only thing it needs is like the vines need to be more than just one color, you know? They need actual like shading. But that's just a little bit of extra rendering that needs to happen. So we can totally check it out. Wait a second. So the layout is now... We still got to also update the sprite sheets for, well, everything really. So we got to death on the normal one. Oh no, we just have to update death on normal one. Everything else will work out. So the death has been extended, starts at the same frame, ends on 75 now. So we update that, we should be able to test it. What's up, Spree? Welcome in. All right, so let's check it out. We got to add more dragons. Maybe testing our dragons here. We'll just send in 8 dragons. Send them in. We'll change it to 5. Okay, and then enemy. We change the height. You know what? I think it's on the sprite sheet. Right. Sprite sheet here. It's the idle. Idle doesn't change. It's the death animation. Start frame 60. End frame is now, we've extended it, 75. Ooh, with a 200? Why do I go so slow for the death? Why do I go so slow with a death? I'm gonna speed that up. We're gonna go 150. And that's for the orc. We're gonna go 150 across the board. Frame delay on the death. All right. We saved it out. Let's test. Oh shit. What do you mean you couldn't save it? The hell? 76. Dragon Rider. Yeah. Write it. Why couldn't you see it? Dragon Rider Spear. Dragon Rider. Oh shit. So this is like one of the problems with SDL. It limits the size of the sprite. And because this is a big boy, I forgot that I had to trim out a little bit of the sprite. But actually, I think I figured out a way, like I put in a way to actually separate it. So we'll All right, 38. So if we put it on 2-column 38, so then we should go into is that something I ever specify in the DB? Let's see. Give me the enemy table. No. Protection. Map color. Portrait. Level damage. All this good stuff. Node offsets. What would this be under? Like a row? I don't know if I put a row count or something in here. Okay, so when we create the enemies, let's jump onto the level and look at load wave function. This is where we're loading waves. And then when I'm creating the enemy, do I specify rows at all? Or is that something on the A sprite? Load image. Yeah. Something on the load image. Is it on the load texture? So it looks like I'm going to have to add that consideration to load texture. So here's my main function to load images. So here it's saying, like I explain how many rows that it is. In its original thing, original organization. So I have to perfectly separate those things. That's fine. So that's for that. We need this stuff. I really want to do the same business. For load texture. Copy. Let's say const. Intros. Constant rows. You're gonna also have const and rows equals, so default is 0. All right. So also have that to the resize texture. Const and rows. And we won't be putting in a default for that one. Const and rows. Maybe we should though. Just in case it gets called directly. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh my god. Did I add that and then never use it? Is that why it's messed up? Am I dynamically assessing whether or not? How do I know? So we got our surface width divided by sprite width if sprite rows is greater than 0. Then rows is equal to sprite rows. Where do you come from? So it looks like I started writing the rows parameter and then switched it over to something called sprite rows. And then I must be dynamically or just directly. Oh, enemy has a sprite rows. So that's what I was looking for in the database. sprite rows. So I missed it, I guess. Getting tired. There it is, sprite rows. So Dragon Rider would need 2. That's all we need to do, but I need to clean up this code. Because, let's see. I added in this rows parameter, and it was called rows. And it wasn't being utilized. So I'm hopefully not destroying something here. Because I'm pretty sure that was like pointless because it was a parameter creating, you know, a local variable, but like I have rows, I have a public rows right here. So I can't call the parameter by the same name. I'm surprised the compiler didn't scream at me for that. And on top of it, it looks like I use this sprite rows. Anyways, and I like give it a default of 0. So I don't even know what rows is used for. I guess it's used for these checks right here. Oh, it's to keep track of the current rows. And then I have a T row right here too. Oh my god, what a mess. We're getting rid of these T rows and the parameters. So at least we caught something we needed to clean up. It doesn't seem like it was causing any issues, but that was some weird ass malformed code right there. Sometimes you like get in the mode. I probably was like writing that while I was live on chat or something. I don't know what the hell was happening. Don Ho! Welcome in, man. Right now I'm working on getting this death animation in. The dragon getting sucked into the ground by the roots. What's up, Donho? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How is your life? Oh, it is good. Looks stellar. Well, we're building right now. We're gonna be testing it in game right now. I made a wave of like a bunch of dragons, so we're just gonna kill the dragons. Oh, looks like we got an error. We got ourselves an error, boys. See who's angry about this. I am passing the rows. But like, just bumping away at the RTS prototype, going to get the kids ready for school, and we'll be back to work. Sounds good. Sounds good. Go take care of them kids. See, here I had the rows. Oh, and I have the rows here too. Why did I have that? So rows would come in. It was int rows. There was already an int rows. So it was like, Rose is getting assigned sprite rows. Otherwise, if rose is greater than 0, then it's utilized for all this good stuff. Okay, so that could be modified by what's coming in through. What a mess. So we're gonna bring it back, but we gotta call it something unique. T sprite rows. And we don't need it on the load texture, we just need it on the load image. T sprite rows. Close this. And then we're going to go to load image. We're going to add it back here as T sprite rows. And then get rid of the default value there because it's implementation. We're going to come down and check out the So rows right there. So we'll do the same thing here, checking on the sprite rows. So we just do it for the load image. All right, so that should build now. We should be able to see this animation in game now. Oh, yeah, we still need a little bit of refinement to it, but it's definitely a lot more interesting than the old animation where he just kind of like disintegrated into nothing. At least this is like continuity with like the other deaths. But this does remind me I need to add a to-do where I need to modify the enemy root color update. So now we've changed the tree to have more of a redwood bark feel, and the old bark is all like kind of tan. I need some arcanas. I can attack air. Oh no, we got two on the same. It's gonna be too many. Hopefully we can kill them kind of different paces. Here we go. Swallowed into the earth. I like how they're all like just on this one side. Let's go. I like it. Uh-oh. Got a dragon on this side too. Getting destroyed. I like it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can't do it because I don't have any money. I need to have like a message that says you're out of cash. It just shows up across the screen. Sorry, dude, you're shit out of luck. Those are the old one. The old roots. Seems like I'm gonna need to lower the Y coordinate on some of them. I did have them pretty high though. Alternatively, I could just lower it here as well. Here, I need to see, we need to measure how off it is, because it looks like it's bleeding off the back edge of the grass. There's two dragons coming at the same time. They're coming out at the same time. They're killing me, bro. These dragons. You're too powerful. And I don't have any money. Oh, shit. Damn it. I'm out of money. I didn't record it in time. I need to just give myself $1 million. What was I thinking? We have to run this test again. I failed. I failed. I made the game. I'm starting to make the game too hard. Which is when it really gets fun. When you actually like, when I actually start to make the game like hard for me to play, I'm imagining it's going to be hopefully crazy hard for other people. Hopefully what I perceive is like crazy hard is like insanely hard for others. Come on, give me that upgrade. Fuck. There we go. Oh my god, give me an Arcana that I can afford. Damn it, he looks okay. That looks sick right there, that screenshot. That looks good. I like that. Kill him. See right there. It's like he's almost bleeding off the edge. Like sometimes it feels like they do bleed off the edge though. Right there. So that's the extreme case. All right, so let's grab that screenshot. So 10, we could either add 10 or lower the node offset, or wait, no. The ground offset by 10. So I think this goes, so it's at 266. I think this actually needs to be 256. And that's, should be pushing it down 10 because it's subtracting from the ground. All right, let's see. Which could be good because then it'll show a little bit more of the dragon, but I hope that the wings don't overlap too much on. I really gotta stop having this these dragons come in at the same time there. What's up, Sukalos? What's going on? Rank 3. Kill them bastards. So that's the problem, is that it's like way lower now for those ones. It looks cool though. I like it. Same as usual. You got a sprite the other day. So I've been working on that. That's awesome. Oh, damn. They killed my thing. You son of a bitch. Oh, yeah. I forgot. The Raging Roots only affects ground. Arcanus. We need more power. Does the meteors hit them? All right, yeah, so meteors hits, because that's aerial. It's not ground locked. All right, show me your death sequence. Upgrade. You know what? To really test this proper, we need to put down like a barricade. And let's get some more weapons here. Oh yeah, I'm out of money. The game is too hard now. I'm out of money. I only have two mana crystals. I can't do anything. I'm just trying to kill dudes. Can't even properly test. Need to give myself way more money. I'm not ready to make the game this tough, noob. Shut up. It's too hard. I'm just trying to test something, okay? I need $1 million. I need all the money. All right, so I lowered my mana to 30. So we're going to change that to 300. And that should give us ample testing mana crystals. So what we need to test is whether or not the dragon like looks okay when there's barricades and stuff in the way. Card art looks so good. Thanks, man. I've been working hard. Hopefully it is starting to feel ambient. Ambient? Is that a word? Feels right. Oh, Sukulos, you're saying you're making shapes, so nothing complicated, but you did animate them? Well, nice. That's how it starts. I'm impressed with how many features it has for being a pixel art program. Yeah, A-Sprite's really useful. And if you go to itch, you can find extensions, and you want to get the centering extension. That's probably the only one that really matters. Because it helps you center things easily. Oh yeah, shit. We gotta build stuff. We gotta kill things. And kill and build. Build and kill. You will all die by my hand. And now that I'm rich, I can just upgrade shit instantly. I don't even care. I can heal it as many times as I wish. There's nothing you can do about it. I made the heals so expensive. They're like twice as expensive as the most expensive card. Die, you bastards. Oh shit, fuck. Damn it. They're dying too fast. Alright, kill him now. Fuck. Okay, this is the test we want. Kill him on top of it. All right, so there's the overlap. That's not bad. It's just behind. But the question is just like when it's like right in the center of it. But, and you can see the witch is like clearly like standing over the hole. That was like the reason why I initially was hesitating about having having the dragon die on the ground because it was like so big. I was worried about it, like, you know, just occupying too much space. But that's okay. Barricade, barricade, barricade. Oh shit, they killed all the... Bro. Bam, 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 bam. This is like my favorite Chrono song. Bam! See, look at that mess. That's a mess. I think it's okay. I moved the Thornblade to be like in front of everything again. I was putting it behind everything because it initially was just feeling too weird being behind the trap, for instance. But I think it's okay being like a prominent weapon. It's neither here nor there. I'm gonna use an AoE. I'm gonna meteor strike. Hey, wait a second. That meteor strike was causing the throw. I was trying to make it so that like the AoEs don't ever cause the throw animation, because it would be just like, it's just too much. I'd rather like the focus be on the AoE animation than on the orcs being thrown. And obviously it was like the wrong layering too. Somehow the enemies were behind the root animation, which is fucked up. It's like those animations, the AoEs, they should never cause the throw animation. Was it just meteor that was causing it? Give me a meteor out here. All I'm getting is these freezes. Huh. Whatever, it did happen. I just need to look into it. Like the meteor. What's up, Frozen? If the fallen dragons linger a bit more on the ground, would be more rewarding visually. Well, I'm just trying to make sure that it doesn't get like too chaotic. To be fair, it is 5 frames shorter on the animation, but well, you know, I did have like a 200 frame delay. And I changed it to 150, making it run a little faster than usual. So I suppose I could experiment. Doesn't hurt anything to try it at 200 again. So that's for that. So the Arcana... Oh no, the card. So that's knockback. Ground locked. What if it was only on the ground lock? I gotta test to see if the, one more time, if the meteor shower actually causes a throw. I actually think I need to probably stack it with. Well, here, let's test the slower dragon animation on the death first. So many things to do. So many things. So we need cards that are going to kill the dragons. Where are you, dragons? I see you. Oh my god. Oh, and I laid the cards too quickly at the intro, so the nodes on the tree are disappearing. It's too clunky. I'd have to add more frames. The 150 felt smooth. So that's for sure. So it has to... I just have to add more frames to the animation if I want to slow it down. I can't half-ass it. That's on the enemy table. No, it was on the sprite sheets. Imagine not being good at your own game. Damn you, Sucralose. Damn you. I've only recently started to add in the balancing to make the game actually difficult. Up to this point, I've been playing the game in God mode. But the game isn't fully built yet, so it's not like fully functional to even really test a level of difficulty. Why are all these dragons always come out at the same time? Alright, we're gonna test this quicker speed here. Damn, these guys are fucking strong as shit. I should have grabbed that thorn blade. Because like right now, like I have to like force feed myself cards. Like that's not how it's gonna work. Oh yeah, I have enough money to just upgrade. Here, let's just upgrade. Damn it. It looks fine. Look how many dragons there is. No! Thank goodness I have tons of money. Suck on these AoEs, you son of a bitch. Yeah, that's good. All right, so at least we fixed that like deviation a bit. I think I can raise them by 1 pixel. So the enemy, Dragon Rider, the ground offset, $257. I was going to prevent the meteor from the throw. I can check into that later. I really do have to just finish out that that animation for the dragon. I could maybe add a few more frames to this animation to expand it, slow it down. But I can't do the frame delay timing because that just looks choppy. So it just has to be actually more frames, which could potentially work. I mean, it's not that much trouble, but I don't think I'm going to do it right now. I think I'm probably going to call it a day. Because I'm starting to feel tired, guys. Embit, what's going on? Hello. I am tired right now, yeah. Yesterday I spent about 12 hours studying OpenGL, trying to figure out if that's a path I want to take for the game. And today I did some art. Here, you guys might not have seen this yet. This new character, new enemy. I haven't made him yet, but I did finish his portrait. So he's been an enemy in the works. But there you go. Enemy reveal today. It's the Goblin. Goblin Bomber. There's no tired in game dev. I am tired, damn it. I got a shit ton of work. We added the jacket to the Dragon Rider. We got a completely new death sequence. It's not fully finished, but it's like already a lot better, a lot more interesting than it was. And I got this portrait done today as well. I also got the mini back of the cards done today. So we need to create the deck. So soon I'm going to get the deck animation so that we can like get single cards dealt to you that don't interrupt the game. And I also got in the dynamic animations for the number that shows up on the gem now in the card. So I did a shit ton of stuff today for sure. Is SDL not as useful as you thought? SDL is great, but I'm considering OpenGL for sub-pixel rendering capabilities, and it might open up the ability to have more zoom levels, because currently there's just a fixed zoom right now. And if I'm able to render in such a way that I'm able to do sub-pixel rendering, then that would allow potentially for some nice idle animation, sub-pixel rendering smoothness, smoother scrolling, and also potentially I could like zoom stuff in and out. It's really unnecessary for this game. So it's not something I'm really stressing about, but I'm really interested to see what's possible. And if it's pretty cool and I can get a handle on it within like the next couple of weeks, then I might consider integrating OpenGL on top of the SDL stuff. But SDL would still be like right up in there, you know? It would be a blend of SDL and OpenGL. Reverse cross-eye. Fire looks sick. Goblin D's. Goblin D's bombers nuts. Yeah, fair enough. I think this guy looks cool. I like how this portrait came out. And yeah, this is it. This marks the end of the, like for the demo, I'm trying to get 5 enemy types, and this is the 5th enemy type that I haven't fully done yet. And I plan on redoing the orc to look like this guy right here. So the orc that's in the game is going to be changed to this. And he's essentially going to be the same guy. He's just going to be a little bit bigger, because that way I can add a little bit more musculature to him, and he'll look more like the orc in the advertising, in the you know, capsule art and stuff. Oh, hydrate, little hydrate. A little ginger in that bite, in that drink. A little ginger spice. Could you adapt the tiny orc into something? I plan to repurpose him, yes. But I just have like a vision for how I want the trailer to look and stuff, and that the older orc that I have is not, it's just not fully, doesn't have the full continuity that I want. And so yeah, it's a bit of a rework on this orc, sadly. But the old orc, the only thing I'd want to change about the old orc is making his head a little less square. But that's what prompted this like redo, was like I just wanted to like make his head more round, and then suddenly I had this new orc that was like a different dimension, and it's gonna be like a lot of work to animate him. But he's also like the ground level character that is going to be everywhere, so he's like really important that I'm happy with him. But again, it was just really, once I was doing the digital art and I did the other portrait for him, which is right up in here. This portrait, I just felt like I needed, don't you see how like this little pixel sprite feels a lot more like this guy? You know, like they feel more together now. Like they're one and the same. Cut from the same cloth, where the other one was a little too generic. There wasn't enough personality to it, but it's still good. So I'm essentially going to make the same animation that I had with the other one, but it's just going to be a little buffer, a little bigger. Gotta stay hydrated to keep going. Nah, I'm feeling like I need to eat and just chill for a little bit. Probably call it a day. I'm making steady progress, and I'm well on my way to like getting a demo put together for this game. And I have like all the assets for the dialogue system. We got the new dragon death, but it's not fully polished. It needs a little more polish, a little more love. Maybe a few more frames, slow it down slightly. But then we added in like the jacket. Wait a second. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay. So, and then she's got her jacket on now, which is good. And then, something I also did today was the refining, like making the tiny versions of the back of the card. So I made these today, where it's like I scaled down the back of the card art, and then I like had to redraw it a little bit to make it look usable. So this is like the little card. It's gonna be like the deck in the corner, and it's gonna like come up, expand, and then flip to show the detail of the card, and then go into your hand. So yeah, I like have like a ton of assets ready to get this next phase for the that builder stuff going. Watch a good movie. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's looking great and pretty polished, to be honest. Well, we're getting there. It's not like my full vision yet, and that's the whole point. It's just like bring together like a really tight vision, and tight is kind of like a funny way to put it though, because like I just kind of like improv and wing this stuff and just design stuff as I go, and I put it all together, and it's more like relational. Like I did the capsule art, and it made me think, okay, I need a new like orc sprite to like fit the capsule art, because I like the capsule art. So I'm going to take it more in that direction. So it's like, and seeing like the dragon death in context felt wrong for so long that I finally, this new death is just like feeling pretty nice. But then that reminded me that I need to like update all the roots on all the enemies to be red now. I wonder if that'll be problematic. It'll look too like bloody or gutsy looking. So here's kind of like what I mocked up kind of a basic version of like what the deck would look like on the interface. So it's like just a little stack, And this was like before I like touched up the art. I guess we could pull over one of these. So it'd be like that, except I'm putting it behind the minimap. So it'd be like a stack of cards in the corner like that. And then the cards would like come out, and like into the center from here. So they like come out into the center and then like expand to their full version and then flip. I was considering either there or like putting it like up here on the side, but I didn't like how that covered everything, because I had to leave space over here for the details, for like the targeting details. So I'm trying to make more of like a concise thing, and I don't want to like cover the background if I don't need to. So I figured that's like the best place to kind of place it. I might make the mini map like optional too, where you can just like shut it off if you want. Do you feel like being funny or creative fights with your ability to do consistent work? You feel like it's rate to be able to work across several disciplines, be creative, but achieve deep focus? Oh, it's rare. Oh, so sorry. Now I get what you're trying to say. So I feel like being funny or creative fights your ability to be consistent. Well, I'm realizing that I'm designing this game exactly like I programmed this game. And you guys know how I program. I just throw mud at the wall and then only some of it sticks. It's like whatever like works. And then I go back and I start to clean it up and optimize. And that's what's happening with the design stuff. I'm just throwing ideas at it and just kind of seeing what works, especially when everything kind of comes together. Because it's like you can design an enemy in a vacuum, but then when you put it in context, does it still fit? And so like I'm just kind of throwing everything together and just trying to make it all have like this relationship. You know, this is why they say like every time you kind of like make like a pro forma or like some sort of like plan, some production plan for everything, it's just out the window day one. Because like as soon as you start to like put stuff together and you start to like see how things interact and how like the experience of what you produce actually is, it totally like, I feel like it's the only process that I could possibly do this with is like a reactionary sort of approach where I just throw stuff down and then I just look at it and react to it. You're like, I hate it. Or like, it could be better. Or that's pretty good. I'm glad I like did that today. It's like having the reaction and refining my ability to like recognize when something's working and like recognize when something isn't. Or if something's like good enough that I can just like use it and move on. Well, one thing I've always learned, especially from like chatters, and it's always my favorite from like first time chatters, like there's always some way to improve everything. There's always a way to take something like 10% further to make it like slightly 10% better or whatever. Always. It doesn't matter that I've been working on this game for 12 months and then I've like already like drawn and done all this stuff like hundreds of times and it's taken me a long time to get to this polished state. There's always a little bit more you can like tweak things and improve things. And so whenever I like hear that stuff, I'm like, of course you can like sit and like work on something for like all of time until it's the most perfect, most absolute God tier thing. But it's like, this is what I've been able to achieve so far and I'm grateful. And I'm hoping that I can like make little improvements, but there's only so much improving that I'm going to do because there's only so much that really matters. Because there's like a certain point when it's like more detail just no longer matters. You know, like making something 2% better, no one would really notice or really care, you know? You just code random shit in any way possible until something works. Yeah, that's kind of how I work too. Yeah. And then I look back at it later and be like, why did I build it that way? Or I'll just be like, is there a way I can just make this better? Or my favorite is there any way I can like cut code out? One of my like base, most important coding principles is don't repeat code. Do your best to never write the same code twice. And I kind of do it a lot anyways, but I really try to avoid it as much as possible. You know, put it into a function, run the function a bunch of times, or put it into a extendable, you know, put it into a base class, you know, that's extended by a bunch of shit. Stuff like that. I don't know. The important is planning, not the plan. Yeah, I mean, for me, the planning and the execution are, it's like I'm planning it as I go and executing as I go. And I've had a vision for this game for a long time, but like as I'm working on it and as I'm like considering its implications, it's changing, but it's not like completely foreign to where I started. It's just like taking it to where it needs to go. I'd say you just should be careful of like saying, oh, I'm going to build this game. And then the next day it's like suddenly a completely different type of game, you know? Like you should be refining, not like completely U-turning. If you ever expect to get done, you know? A game, it's a living thing. You kind of have to massage it and here and there until it finds its shape. That's exactly like how I work. I just kind of like move things into place, kind of like see what works, what I'm capable of, and what I can actually pull off. And so sometimes you just have to see what your fruits, what the fruits of your labor are. You know, like what can you actually execute, and then like from that you just say, okay, well, this is what I have to work with. What can I, you know? So for me, it's just like, it's all, I'm just reacting to like whatever. And I mean, let's have ourselves a gratitude moment. Let's review my favorite, the first ever design I did of the game, compared to where it is now. We'll have to use a better screenshot. We'll use this screenshot, because this is, the numbers aren't jacked up on this one. And compared to the original, I'm looking. Where are you? It's saved in here? Or was it saved in one of these? I know it had to be this. It has to be this folder. Here it is. Found it. Found it, guys. Open. There you go. That was the very first ever drawing I did of the game in a sprite. I just made like a grass texture that was repeated. I drew the tree with arms. I put a gem in his chest. I gave him like an afro. Here, actually, let's put it like side by side like this. And fuck. So what did I do to start this game? Was I drew the thing on the left, and then I just said, that's garbage. That ain't it. And so I just started working the problem, and then now I'm here. I think it's way cooler. I like where it's gone. It's solved a lot of design. This is like not only like the visual has evolved, but the actual like functionality and like layout and the blocking has changed to help like facilitate better gameplay. So yeah, like it was a long journey. It was about probably like 100 versions from the left to the right. Literally like over 100 versions. It was like so many versions. I don't even know. It's like an insane amount of like versioning, iteration. And you can see how like my bark texture has evolved, and how I did like leaves and everything. Like all kinds of shit changed. So retro didn't change much. Kidding, of course. Earlier, you mentioned knocking away ruminations when working. For most people, that negative emotion will actually stop them from working. Creative minds are notable for their ability to generate new insights and ideas in the moment. When you do code, music, art, you generate even more ideas, but you are plowing forward. How to fit? Well, see, the thing is like, yes, sometimes I have, actually not sometimes, it's like pretty much every single time I sit down to do creative stuff, after I get kind of like tired, or like there's like a certain point in my day where I will start to ruminate and it'd be very negative on myself. And I'll start to like think of like really embarrassing things, or just like things to shame myself for. And it's my brain like having like this weird, I don't know, it's like this weird reflex, or it's like a like mental acid reflux or something, when I'm not like stimulated enough by what I'm working on, or I'm working on something that like I'm struggling with, or I don't know what exactly causes it every time. But so like I've like been trying to like understand why my brain goes there. But the thing is like ultimately you can battle that stuff down easily, because you just have to remind yourself that your brain is doing its job just like any other organ. You know, your heart beats and pumps blood through your system. Your, muscles help you like move around and be mobile. And your brain submits thoughts for your consideration to determine whether or not you're in danger, or whether or not you're making the right moves to stay like alive and to survive. And you don't have to listen to your thoughts. Your brain is just doing what it's meant to do, just produce thoughts. But you don't have to act on those thoughts. You don't have to dwell on those thoughts. You don't have to take them as like law. You know, you can be like, oh, should I jump through that plate glass window? Nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm moving on. This feels like you did some kind of talent steroids. Well, I came into it not knowing what I wanted to do. I think the only thing I really did was try to be consistent with my my pixels, in the sense that I was trying to maintain my pixel patterns. They're very like strict. You know, like everything is like following the same kind of like diagonal line and stuff like that, the same kind of steps in the pixel art on the left. So I was already using some like higher skill of like for pixel art, but my concept for textures and how I wanted to approach things, especially color wise, like I didn't know. And like this on the right, I'd studied more about like, color theory time and time again, did a lot of experimentation, and there's been a lot of design, just a lot of design. So yeah, it really has evolved a lot. And I want to do a devlog at some point where I'm showing like literally the entire path. Excuse me. I have like enough files saved up to show like the entire evolution of everything, how I just kind of slowly kind of worked in my ideas. And I just started very raw. Like I wasn't really strict. Like my perspective was way off on the early designs. The color schemes were like wildly different as I developed it. And this is really, I feel like the third phase, the third major design of it. Because there was like the initial kind of like sloppy designs that then kind of morphed in to what it needed to be. And I consider that's the first phase, where it was just kind of like shooting in the dark. And then there was like the refinement stage of that idea. So that's phase 2. And that's what you guys mostly are used to seeing, is like my phase 2. But then quite recently I went into phase 3 because I wanted to create this larger tree to create more space on the nodes, so that I can now expand the Arcana to go to rank 6 because they can get bigger. So it leaves more like room to play in terms of designing the Arcanas. And yeah, like I wanted it to be a little bit more open. And so like, yeah, like we took away like the leaves at the top, and I just made it so that the tree itself is just this giant tree. So the leaves they're there, but they're way up top. Excuse me. Work stuff incoming. You're likely not gonna be here when I come back. We'll see you in the next one. Thanks for the stream. Coden, thanks for hanging out, man. Thank you for the subs and for chilling. Feels like you did some talent steroid. Is the picture on the left Woods of War version 1? Yes, Bink, it is. That was the very first drawing in A-Sprite that I did about like a year and a half ago. I drew that. And I just opened up A-Sprite. I didn't know how it was going to look, and I wasn't trying to make a beautiful drawing. What I was trying to do was draw the blocking. I wanted to like say like, well, where's the tree going to go? How big is it going to be? Where's the horizon line? And like I just kind of wanted to start the blocking. So it wasn't like, I didn't think it was like necessarily the coolest thing. It was just more like a functional piece of art. But from there, I was trying to figure out, okay, well, what do I need to do next? And it all started with that drawing. But what I like, why I like sharing that though, is showing that like, even when you have a higher level of like art skill and ability to render things, you always like art always starts out ugly, and it's just a matter of sticking with it and it's only officially ugly when you stop working on it. You know what I'm saying? Like until you've stopped working on it, it's like while you're working on it, it's in transition and it can be like flawed, but I don't know, like I always think of when I make my art, it always starts out ugly and then it slowly gets pretty over time. Like that's just how it always works with me. Like I always start kind of raw and then and slowly figure out what's wrong with it. Because I don't have enough observation skills to just like throw it down perfectly. I have to just like literally put something down and it's usually not that good. And then I have to like work it. It's like working clay, I have to work the clay until it forms into something that I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I like. That's good. So yeah, I think I'm gonna start looking for someone to raid, guys. But that's gonna be like one of my dev logs. I think that's gonna be like my official like original dev log for the game, is talking about that process. I think it would be really just like a nice way to kind of have like an overview of the journey that I've been through, at least with the design, you know, from the design perspective. And so that like people who are working on their own games could look at this devlog and just think like, oh, like that's how you work the problem. That's how he worked the problem, how he got from point A to point B. And it would include showing the like the middle steps, the ugly steps, the steps that you wouldn't normally see. You are a beast. This stream has been giving me a lot of comfort and insight. I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate you, man. Always good vibes, and I do my best. I am definitely very dedicated to making this game a reality. So we are, which reminds me, something that's crucial in this next week. I need to get the translations in to the database so that I can get the translated screenshots that show like the cards. The cards need to be showing the different languages on Steam, so that when our people are in like Russia or China and they're like looking at the Steam page, they actually feel like I'm making the game for them as well. You know, it's not like a afterthought. But it's going to be tough because I need to get all like the different fonts that support all like the different languages and all their unique characters that look good in pixel art. So I think that's going to be a struggle. So I'm like, gotta not only, you know, we got to get the translations into the database, and I got to work out getting the fonts to actually show things and look decent, you know. So that's going to be, but it's good to get that in now. So then all I got to do is like scale things up, you know? But that's, I think, crucial to help continue like expanding on Wishlist. Because I'm trying to, you know, definitely market this game internationally, which is, I think, really hard. I think most of my like social media reaches mainly, you know, kind of like English speaking, you know, American stuff. So it's like hard to bridge that gap a little bit. But I think if I get those translations in, that's one way. You can translate to Canadian if you need. Sure. I mean, did you know that Canada was originally called CND? Until someone asked a Canadian to spell it. You heard that one? C-A-N-A-D-A. That's my only Canadian joke that I know. If I need to translate it to French, would you be able to do that? I'm just using DeepL to translate everything. So when people like start playtesting the demo, I'll ask them to like change it to different languages and see if like if it makes sense. We also gotta like realize that I'm doing deck builder as well. It's a deck builder tower defense, but it's like it's an unconventional deck builder and an unconventional tower defense. So that's the thing. It's like it's either gonna like serve both markets, deck builder market and tower defense market, or neither. You know, like people are like they're either gonna be purist or they're gonna be into it because they like a little bit of both. And we'll see what happens. But I'm really happy that it's taking the deck builder turn to like lean on it heavier, because I really think it's going to create a lot more deeper connection with things. I don't know. It just feels right. But anyways. Yay for Ramble end of stream time, where I talk about a bunch about random shit. Oh, you're saying like where the actual like tower defense demographics are, Latin America or China? I have no idea. I don't know. It seems like, well, I don't have enough data yet. Guess you can look up the demographics on Famous Deck Builder. Slay the Spire's 33% Chinese players. Well, I hope that I can make the game challenging enough that real deck builder fans would enjoy it. Because I think deck builder games have like a sophistication to them, and I'm just hoping that like I can have a level of sophistication for my game that is like a casual like Hearthstone feel or a casual Magic feel kind of a thing. Look up the gamealytic.com. Bloons is number 1 USA, number 2 Brazil, number 3 Germany. Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with this weird hybrid. My next game is not going to be a hybrid. It's going to be like a pure like rogue, a roguelike horror game. It's going to be cut and dry. There's not going to be like some genre splicing, nothing. It's going to be real simple. Like if you like this kind of game, get into it, you know, like, but this one is like, it's more experimental. And I think that's what makes it fun. That's what makes being an indie fun, is that you can kind of get crazy with it a little bit, you know. It still has to be feasible. But anyways, let's look for someone to raid. I feel like I am ready to crash. I'm ready to dive into a little meal or something. I'm trying to see. There's like a really a very incredible pixel artist that just went live named Nop. He's awesome, but he says he's starting soon. Otherwise, oh wait, he's there, but he speaks French. Since he's just chilling though, and he's not working on anything right now, I'm just going to find someone else to raid. If he had some art that he was like already had open, I would raid him, but you know how it is. You raid like a stream that's speaking French and you just kind of like don't feel connected. But hey, why don't we let's see. Yeah, I was thinking Jackie too as well. But let's see if there's any pixel artists too. We always gotta like be looking out for the pixel art folks. But they're kind of few and far between. Or they're like in other languages. Yeah, let's just go with Jackie. Wait, what's this guy working on? This is Espanol. But yeah, let's just raid Jackie. Oh, and we're almost done with ads. I'll wait till we're done with ads and then we'll cruise over. Because I am ready to chill. It's the time of day USA is asleep. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's very true. So if you enjoy what you see today, game sounds interesting to you, and you haven't wishlisted the game, please feel inclined to wishlist it if you haven't. And I've got thousands of wish lists to go before I'm ready to release the game, so I have to like up my my promotion, but we're getting really close to having enough like material to really put together a nice trailer. So it's just not like the game isn't together enough to really like show it off yet. So it's been kind of early days on the wish list stuff. Hopefully the marketing becomes more potent and powerful. But we will get ready to raid Jackie. Let's see. She's been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes. So she'll probably keep going. Hopefully. Excuse me. There was an indie game that did Kickstarter goals for Wishlist. Kickstarter goals. I'm interested to understand how, but I'm going to say farewell to the YouTube stream first. YouTube peoples, thank you for hanging. And I really got to check to make sure that when I actually say goodbye and then stop the stream, that my feed actually gets sent up. Because I feel like it takes so long to upload that it probably gets cut off. So hopefully they hear my goodbye. So anyways, goodbye to YouTube.